The state may call their next witness.
Judge, if people call Jerry Burrows.
All right, thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward and have a seat on the witness stand, and before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. McCormick, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Burrows, when you're seated and comfortable, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jerry Burrows. It's Burrooughs.
All right. And turning your attention to October of 2021, were you employed with the Greeley Police Department?
I was.
All right. And how long were you with the Greeley Police Department?
Just under 12 years with them and 13 years total of law enforcement experience.
Have you since left the Greeley Police Department?
I have.
And have you relocated out of state?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been gone from the Greeley Police Department?
Over a year.
All right. Now, during October of 2021, were you assigned to any particular divisions within the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, I was assigned to investigations.
And what are the primary duties and responsibilities as a detective with the investigations unit?
Primarily, it's to assist patrol with bigger investigations, things that are more complex or take more time. We get assigned cases that we have to go through, or we're called out to scenes if we're on call or if there's more resources that are needed for patrol.
Were you employed with the Greeley Police Department on October 3rd of 2021?
I was.
And on that date, did you become involved in an investigation of a Stacy Rodriguez and a Hosanna Varela?
I did.
Do you see Stacy Rodriguez in the courtroom today?
I do. She's seated to my right. She's wearing a green shirt and black pants.
So what happened on October 3rd of 2021 that you were contacted in regards to this defendant?
I was contacted by Sergeant Smith about 6:40 a.m. He said that there was a fire and that a body had been found inside, somebody was deceased inside of the residence.
And do you recall what the address was for where that fire occurred?
Yeah, 2413 15th Avenue Court.
And that's in Greeley, Weld County, state of Colorado?
Yes.
Did you initially respond to that scene?
No, I initially went to the police department to begin authorizing a search warrant.
Now, through the course of your investigation, were you able to determine who the owner of that particular residence was?
Yes, it was Christopher Dickerson.
All right. Now, about how long were you at the police department?
Until later that evening, around, I think I went to the scene around 5:39 p.m. or later that evening.
All right. Do you recall when you got there what the residence looked like?
Yeah, it was damaged. It was charred. It was obvious that a fire had taken place and damaged most of the residents.
Who else was on scene, if you recall?
Yeah, it was fire personnel and then personnel from the Greeley Police Department.
Now, when you initially got there, what did you do once you got to the scene?
Well, when I got to the scene, I walked the residence, and as we were there, we're making game plan about extending the search warrant into the next day because it was getting dark and we wanted to take our time. Around that time, I was approached by Christopher's roommate.
All right. Did you also have an opportunity to do what's called a neighborhood canvass?
Yes.
What is that?
Neighborhood canvass is essentially when officers spread out and they begin talking to neighbors. We're looking for any eyewitnesses to what took place, but we're also looking for digital evidence, specifically surveillance footage that could aid us in what took place.
So to be clear, in your initial phases of an investigation, do you talk to a lot of people?
Yes.
Does that include the responding patrol officers?
Yes.
Fire personnel?
Yes.
Neighbors?
Yes.
Anybody you can talk to get information?
Yes, and then we usually do it multiple times. In this case with the neighbors, we went back and spoke to them on multiple occasions.
After October 3rd of 2021?
Yeah.
All right. Were you aware if the body of Mr. Dickerson was recovered and taken to the coroner's office?
I was, yes.
And through your investigation, were you provided information that in regards to the autopsy of Mr. Dickerson?
I was.
So were you aware of the injuries sustained by Mr. Dickerson?
I was.
Were you made aware that there was a metal object protruding from his neck?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to also review the coroner's report to find out cause and manner?
Yes.
What, from that standpoint forward, what did you do then?
So after we learned that it was indeed a homicide, we then began gathering video surveillance, gathering phone records, and trying to piece together what actually took place at the residence.
Is it fair to say that during your investigation of this case, you had an opportunity to review several hundred hours of video surveillance?
Yes.
Did that include the neighborhood of 2413th, 15th Avenue Court?
It did.
Did that include the downtown area of Greeley?
Yes.
Did that include multiple establishments of downtown Greeley?
Yes.
Did that also include at some point phone records?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also obtain or seek records of phone records, Facebook, things of that nature?
Yes, a multitude of every type of digital evidence that I could get, or documents.
And through your investigation, were you able to review those videos and also take still shots?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a number of packets, photographs first.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a number of packets of photographs. All right. We'll start with 52 through 93.
Okay.
125 through 130. 139 and 140. 171 and 172.
Okay.
174, 175.
Okay.
178 through 186. 195 to 11.
Okay.
213 through 260.
Okay.
Mr. McCormick, that last one, 213 through 216 or?
216.
All right, go ahead.
So prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review all of those particular exhibits?
I did, yes.
Are you familiar with those exhibits?
I am.
Would those exhibits assist you in relaying to the jury what your investigation entailed starting from October 3rd, 2021?
Yes, they would.
Do those photographs depict accurately what you observed through your investigation, both through surveillance videos and the production of records?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move into evidence People's 52 through 93, 95 through 106.
I'm sorry, 95 through 106?
Yes. 108 through 130. 139 and 140. 171 and 172. 174 and 175. 178 through 186. 195. 211. And 213 through 216.
All right, thank you. Any objection from the defense?
Yes, we may have heard.
Yes, please. Can you bring up the pictures? All right, thank you. The court will admit into evidence states 52 through 93, 95 through 106, 108 through 130, 139, 140, 171, 172, 174, 175, 178 through 186, 195, 211, and 213 through 216. Mr. McCormick, did I get those accurately labeled?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will admit those into the record, and you may publish where appropriate.
Okay. Through the course of your investigation, did you also work to secure certain records such as phone records,
Yes.
as Facebook records and social media records?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to break this up a little bit. I'm going to just a minute. Okay. Hand you a packet of DVDs. 94, 189, 190, 192, 193, and 194. Again, prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review those items?
I have.
And do your initials appear on those DVDs
They do.
and the date that you reviewed those?
It does.
And were those pursuant to court orders that you had requested and received that information?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time pursuant to 902.11, the people would enter into evidence People's Number 94.
Any objection to 94?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 94. And Mr. McCormick, if you give me just a second.
Sure.
And you may publish at your discretion.
Okay. We'd also move into evidence 189.
Any objection to 189?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 189.
190.
Any objection to 190?
Your Honor, I don't have any objection to any of these.
To any of 189?
These discs, yeah.
Okay, all right. And Mr. McCormick, are you admitting all of them at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right, then the court will admit into evidence 189, 190, 192, 193, and 194.
Clips, well, 2B through 2G and 3A through 3G. You recognize those items?
I do.
Right, and prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review those items as well?
I did.
Do they accurately reflect what you observed in your investigation through video surveillance?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence exhibits 2B through 2G and 3A through 3G.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit those designated exhibits into evidence.
All right.
Okay.
And this is People's 177.
Okay.
Recognize both of those?
I do.
Are they accurate Google Maps of the locations in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move into evidence 176 and 177.
Any objection to 176 or 177?
May we approach, please?
Sure.
Are you familiar with those records?
I am.
And can you just briefly explain how those records operate when you get them?
When we get records back from phone companies, each phone company is different. They're all proprietary. They basically give us a bunch of Excel spreadsheets, and then they give us guides to help us understand and interpret what those Excel spreadsheets say, essentially.
Does that provide for you both phone numbers in terms of communications with others?
Yes.
Does it also provide any type of location?
Potentially, it just depends on if it was captured at the time.
All right. So based upon this information and your understanding that Mr. Dickerson was downtown, what did you do with that information?
At that point, we went and grabbed surveillance footage from that area or any other evidence we could find.
Okay. Are you familiar with a location or an establishment named Roasties?
I am.
All right. Did you go to Roasties initially in your investigation?
We did, yes.
And what did you gather or learn from Roasties?
We learned that they had a video surveillance system, an internal one and then an external one as well.
All right. Now, fair to say that you gathered as much video as you could from downtown establishments on that particular night?
Yes, as much as we could actually find and gather, we did.
All right. That included Roasties.
Correct.
Did that include an establishment called The Box?
It did. Well, yes, it did.
What about Millennium Event Center?
Yes,
Patrick's Irish Pub?
yes,
Points West Bank?
yes,
Warm Hugs, Mixes and Gifts Boutique?
yes,
477 Distilling?
yes,
The Downtown Developmental Authority?
yes,
I'm going to mispronounce this, but is it the La Tarahumara Market?
yes,
Okay. And then a Subway.
yes.
Now, you're familiar with these locations?
I am.
Essentially, where are they all located?
Essentially from 7th Street to 11th Street, in between 8th and 9th Avenue.
And is that just across from the courthouse here?
It is.
So at this point, you had neighborhood video surveillance
Yes.
and downtown video surveillance.
Yes, we first had neighborhood video surveillance, and it took us a couple days before we got all the downtown video surveillance.
All right. In regards to the neighborhood of the 15th Avenue Court neighborhood, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as people's number 148. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That's just an aerial map of the 15th Avenue Court residence, and it also highlights where the surveillance systems were located on that on the map and in that neighborhood.
And were you able to obtain video surveillance from a 2436 15th Avenue Court?
We were.
And where is that? I know there's a pointer up there, if that
Yeah.
helps.
So 2436 is on the corner. It's going to be on the southeast corner of 15th Avenue Court, so it's right there.
And this is a cul-de-sac type neighborhood?
It is.
All right, so in and out is right by 2436?
Yes, there's only one way in and out.
All right, and then 2406?
2406 is right here, and it has the best view of almost directly across the street from 2413 15th Avenue Court, which is the victim's residence.
And then lastly, you reviewed video from 2405 15th Avenue Court?
Yeah, this was a ring video, so it kind of captured most of the street and the front kind of yard and front side view of the residence.
So when you began this initial review of the neighborhood surveillance, were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Dickerson had left the area and at a particular time?
I did, yes.
All right, so 11:56 p.m. on October 2nd, 2021, what were you able to observe?
I saw Mr. Dickerson's vehicle leave a little bit earlier. He was in the neighborhood for a while, and eventually he left at that time onto 25th Street. I believe he turned east onto 25th Street.
If I could have just a minute.
Sure.
apologize. A little housekeeping. All right. Can we publish 2A, please? And if you can look at the monitor, and there's a couple things. You might have to pause for a second. Can you tell us what we're looking at on 2A? 2A as an Adam?
Yes.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is 2436 15th Avenue Court. This is essentially showing 15th Avenue Court is right in front of it, and you can kind of see a portion of 25th Street. Just something to note, and this is for all video surveillance. It's hard to get accurate times because every system has a little bit different time. So we're able to go through and say, okay, some are a couple minutes off, some were like an hour prior. And for this instance, with 2436, it's about 6 minutes off from what I saw in the neighborhood. But essentially what you're going to see is Mr. Dickerson's Hyundai Elantra. He had a 2018 blue Hyundai Elantra, just traveling past the camera and then turning onto 25th Street.
And you noted the time frame difference. So in this particular video, is that 6 minutes fast?
Approximately, yes.
All right, go ahead. So in continuing your review of neighborhood video at approximately 2:16 a.m., what were your observations?
So at 2:16 a.m., I saw Mr. Dickerson's Hyundai Elantra return back onto that camera view onto 15th Avenue Court. And then I saw was a silver sedan, which we later identified as between a 2008 to 2012 Chevrolet Malibu.
Right.
And it was following Mr. Dickerson's Elantra.
So if we could publish 2B as in boy. And again, is the time still the 6 minutes off?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay.
So this will be the Hyundai Elantra. That's Christopher's vehicle. And then it'll be followed by the silver sedan.
And if we could publish 100. And what are we looking at here?
That's Mr. Christopher's Hyundai Elantra.
And that was a still shot taken from that video?
Yes.
All right. 101, please.
And that's, again, a still shot from that video of the silver sedan, which we later identified as the Malibu.
All right. So you knew at 2:16 a.m. he had returned with another vehicle.
Yes.
If we could publish 3A as in Adam.
So this is a shot from 2406 15th Avenue Court, and you'll see it's dark now, but you'll see it'll show the front of Christopher's residence, and you're going to see Christopher's Hyundai Elantra pull into the driveway and then into the garage, and then the silver Malibu will pull into the driveway of Christopher's residence. So that was Christopher's Hyundai Elantra. And then you're going to see a figure walk out towards the Malibu, who I believe that is at the time Mr. Dickerson. And he's going to stand at the driver's side of the vehicle.
And what are we observing here?
It appears that the doors to the Malibu open. The lights turn off, obviously, on the exterior of the Malibu, and then you can see movement around the passenger side and then the driver's side, which I interpret to be that people are getting out of the Malibu. And you can see at the top there's figures walking past the light, and it's difficult to see, though. And then if you see the white kind of streak, that is Christopher's dog, Juna, that's walking around. He had a white dog. And again, you can see movement towards the top right of the screen, which is near the garage. I believe that's the end of that.
All right. And then if we could publish 4A as an Adam, please.
This is a ring video showing essentially what we just saw, just from a different angle. That's Christopher's Elantra pulling in. And then that'll be followed by the Malibu.
And then if we could publish number 102. And what do we see here?
That's just a still shot from 2406 15th Avenue Court of the Malibu pulling into the driveway.
All right. And then number 103, please.
And that's just who I believe to be Christopher standing near the Malibu.
Okay, thank you. So continuing your review of those particular videos that you had observed in this thing, did you notice something at about 2:43 a.m.?
I did, yes.
And what was that?
At 2:43 a.m., you see figures exit the residence, and at least one person moves the Malibu from the driveway to in front of the house.
All right.
And from there, there's more movement outside, and eventually everybody gets into Christopher's, at least 3 people get into Christopher's Elantra, and they leave.
All right, if we could publish 3B as in boy.
And this is just the same 2406, just pulled back a little bit, and you'll see the Malibu being moved right now. So you can saw a head near the driver's door, and then movement up near the garage, just in front of the Malibu.
And then there's a couple of minutes of movement during that time.
Well, during that time, actually, the Malibu's stationary there, and there's not much going on in the driveway. It sat there for a couple minutes, not very long.
Okay, if we could publish 3C as in Charlie.
Now is where you're going to see a figure walk down to the Malibu from the driveway. And you'll see the interaction at the driver's side door. And then you'll see eventually, they'll kind of be around the Malibu for a second. And then you're going to see the Elantra pull out of the garage. And then you'll see both figures walk towards the Elantra. So one goes to the driver's side, and one stays on the passenger side, and it's difficult to see. From what I observed, the front passenger door opens, and then it'll be closed. And then that figure moves towards the rear passenger door. And so the rear passenger door closed. There's still somebody on the driver's side. It appears around this time you can see the door close and they get in.
All right.
And then the Elantra will back out. Eventually.
And from that video review, were you able to take some screenshots of that?
I was, yes.
If I could publish 104, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's the figure that you see walking to the Malibu when the last clip started.
Okay.
I couldn't see faces throughout this whole video. I can't see faces. I can't always tell clothing, but what I can tell at times is it appears that clothing is darker than others, and then that they might have lighter colored shoes. And that's about the only thing I can make out was the clothing seemed darker, and it seemed like the shoes might have been lighter.
105, please.
That's still just the same figure standing near the driver's door of the Malibu.
And 106, please.
Again, now you can see both figures. I'm able just to tell from these general shots the body shape of the individuals, that they appear to be somewhat similar in height. But other than that, it's pretty difficult to make out anything else.
So after you observed them leaving, did you also review the security camera footage from the 2436 15th Avenue Court?
Yes.
Could we play 2C as in Charlie, please?
And again, this is going to show essentially after Christopher's Elantra pulls out of the driveway, it's going to show that vehicle leaving.
Now, through your, hold on. Through your investigation, were you able to kind of track the car's movements at that time after it left the neighborhood?
At that time, when I initially reviewed video, not there, but I did receive video later of downtown, which helped me.
Okay, and was that from roughly around 2:54, that is it Terra Humera?
Yeah.
Market timestamp or marketplace?
Yes.
All right, can we publish 178, please? And what did you observe there?
I've seen Mr. Dickerson's Elantra, and that is it. Essentially, it made a U-turn from 8th Avenue from 8th Avenue at 11th Street and then back heading. This is going to be southbound on 8th Avenue.
All right. And then tracking, again, that surveillance of the neighborhood at 3:07 a.m., what did you observe?
That's when the Elantra heads back to Mr. Dickerson's residence and then pulls into the driveway and ultimately the garage.
If we could publish 2D as in David, please.
So this is going to be 2436. This is the corner house video surveillance. You're going to see the Elantra eventually go by the camera, which would be north on 15th Avenue Court. And that's the Elantra now.
And then if we could publish 4B as in boy.
And this is the ring video from 2405, essentially showing the same thing. It appears to me, from what I hear, it sounds like the music is very loud inside of the vehicle. And I think that's it. There's nothing else that's shown.
So in your investigation and reviewing the phone records of Mr. Dickerson around that time, which has been previously admitted as people's basically 213 through 216, did you notice something of significance about that particular time frame?
Yeah, what I noted was that he was receiving phone calls and making phone calls prior to them leaving. I later identified that phone number that he's calling as Dolores Vigil, and I believe after they come back, there's at least one phone call between them as well.
Right. So continuing your review of the neighborhood video surveillance from roughly 4:09 a.m. to 4:11 a.m., did you observe the front door of Mr. Dickerson residence open and figures walking about?
Yeah, it was actually from 4:09 to about 4:16 a.m. You see approximately it looks like 3 figures total. It's difficult to see in the video. You can tell kind of the difference between body shapes and height, that I can determine that there's 3 people. They seem just to kind of sit on the front stoop of the door or near the door. You can see Christopher's dog, Juno, walking about, and they're out there for that approximate 7 minutes before they walk back inside.
All right. And then, again, in reviewing this at 5:08 a.m., did you observe anything initial with Mr. Dickerson's front door?
Yes, the front door opens. That you see a figure that's backlit. You see a large figure that's backlit, and you see them walk out of the house and get into the front driver's door of the Malibu.
All right. And roughly at about 5:11 a.m., are you able to observe movement of the vehicle?
No, around 5:11 a.m., what I actually see is around that time is the door opens again. You see a second larger figure walk out of the residence and then go to what appears to be the passenger side of the Malibu. and then the Malibu leaves the neighborhood going south on 15th Avenue Court.
Okay. Let's publish 3D as in David, please.
So the door is actually already kind of ajar. You'll see figure walk out. You saw the light at the front, so I think they walked past the front of the vehicle because it was covered for a second, and this is the driver's door that's being opened. And then you'll see the lights turn on, which illuminates the front of the residence.
And based upon your review, does that the car stay like that for some time?
Yeah, it's from around 5:08 to 5:11, 5:12, so several minutes it's like this.
All right. If we could publish 2E as in Edward,
I
please.
think we'll want to stay on this because it'll show the continuation of everything.
Okay.
So the lights turn off, and then shortly after that, you'll see a second figure walk out. And it's difficult to see, obviously, because it's so dark, but you'll see the passenger door open, and you'll see a figure get into the front passenger seat, and the Malibu will then drive away.
And based upon your review of that particular video, did they ever turn their lights or any headlights on at that time?
Not at that time. It wasn't until they neared 25th Street that they were turned on.
All right. If we could publish 2E as in Edward, please.
So what you're going to see is this is the corner of video surveillance 2436. You'll see the Malibu coming, lights off, and then lights will eventually turn on. Well, I think it's just brake lights at this point and a turn signal. And then they turn east on 25th Street.
And were you able to capture still shots from this moment of surveillance as well?
I was.
If we could publish 108, please.
And that's just a close-up of the Malibu as it went past that 2436 residence.
And this was leaving the area at approximately 5:12 a.m.?
Approximately, yes.
All right. And then continuing your review of neighborhood video surveillance at about 5:24, did you see video indicating that Malibu vehicle came back?
I did.
All right. And what were your observations for the next, what we'll call it, the next couple minutes on that?
So the Malibu returns to the residence, parks essentially in the same spot in front. And then one figure gets out, walks into the residence. After a short time, you see a bright light come from the front window, the bay window. And then this is like a couple minute time frame, then that figure walks out of the residence and then gets back into the passenger side of the Malibu, and then the Malibu leaves.
So if we could publish 2F as in Frank, please.
So this is the corner. And this should be the Malibu coming on 25th Street. It was headed east. It's going to turn north on 15th Avenue Court. And it's on its way to Christopher's residence.
We could publish 109, please.
And that's just a still shot of the vehicle returning of the Malibu from that same camera angle.
If you publish 4C as in Charlie, please.
So this is the ring video from 2405. It's going to show the Malibu coming. It makes a U-turn, and then it parks and is stationary in front of Christopher's residence. And then you'll see a figure walking in. You can see movement right there. And up towards Christopher's residence. I think that's it. It doesn't show anything else.
If we could publish 3E as in Edward, please.
And there's a little bit of time before you'll actually see anything. And again, reminder, you're going to see the Malibu coming and then parking in front of Christopher's residence. And then you'll have a little bit. It's really dark without the lights, so you'll kind of see intermittent somebody walking towards the house, and then it's going to be on the house for a while, and you're going to see the bright light coming from the bay window before somebody eventually walks out of the residence. They're going to be backlit by the light that's inside of the house, and you'll see them walk back towards the Malibu, and it'll leave. So you'll eventually see somebody get out of the Malibu right there. You'll see them walking up, and of course it's very dark, so it's hard to see, but you're going to see the front door open. And a person walking in and shutting the door.
And based upon your review of the time on the video, approximately how long does that individual just stay in there before exiting again?
It's several minutes. I think it was around 5:27 or 5:28, where I think 5:27 you see the glow of the light in the bay window, but it's a couple minutes that it's like this. There's the flash from the bay window.
Your Honor, can we please pause this and approach?
Sure. Do you need to approach?
The front door is open. See a figure exit. And then they're going to make their walk down towards the Malibu. You can see it's still a large figure. And they stay on the passenger side. And then what you're seeing is it appears that the fire is already started and growing inside of the residence.
And then if we could publish 110, please.
So this is that same 2436. This is just a still shot of the Malibu leaving after the fire was started.
All right. If we could publish 2, G as in Gordon.
And this will be the video of the Malibu leaving. And it's going to go west on 25th Street.
And through your investigation, were you aware of approximately what time this was called in to 911?
I was, yes.
What was that?
I think it was about 10 minutes after the fact, after around 5:33 in the morning, if I'm right.
So once you conducted your review of the neighborhood surveillance, then did you go to the downtown area and begin reviewing the videos there?
Yeah, I did, yes.
And from those videos, were you able to get still shots as well?
I was, yes.
So you had previously testified that at approximately 11:56 p.m., Mr. Dickerson left his residence and went to the downtown area.
Yes.
So at approximately, backing up again, right, at 12:08 a.m., were you able to track his movements?
I was.
If we could publish number 58, please. And if you want to use a pointer, that would help. What are we looking at here?
So that's Christopher just arriving at the box.
And are you aware of how, from being able to track his movements, were you aware how long he stayed at the box?
I think I'd have to go to the next exhibit to tell the exact
Okay.
time.
And
It was
then
it wasn't very long.
if we could publish 59, please.
That doesn't help me with time. He was in there for about 15 or 20 minutes.
All right. And
If that was 12:09, yeah, about 15, 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes.
where is he located on this?
So Christopher's standing right here, and what you'll see in the video is he exits the box and he stands over here, and it looks like he smokes a cigarette, and then he walks west from that, or east from that location.
Okay. Now at 12:34 a.m., what did you observe in regards to any particular vehicle that was entering the parking lot near Cubetta's?
So at this point in the investigation, I know that we've narrowed it down, that we believe we're looking for a 2008 to 2012 Chevrolet Malibu that's silver. And I'm looking for two people that are in it, two females that are larger in figure. So that's what I'm looking for in this downtown video. And that's what I observed is a silver Malibu pull into the Cubetta's parking lot and eventually park. And then I track the movements and I see two larger figures that are approximately the same height walking towards Cubetta's.
If we could publish 179, please.
So this is the Malibu entering an alley that's connected to 9th Avenue, and this is directly across the street from here. And you're going to see it pull in. It goes up the aisle right here, and then it reverses, and then it goes up here, and it eventually backs into a parking spot.
We could publish 61.
That's the Chevrolet Malibu. Already on this video, I'm noticing the same characteristics of the Malibu that I saw at the residence, mainly the 5-spoke rims, the color, and the dark tinted windows.
Number 62, please.
And that's just the vehicle now reversing.
And number 63.
This is a black and white. It's the same system, but it's a different camera. And you'll see up here that this is the Malibu now backing into a parking spot.
So are you, in your review of this, kind of simultaneously tracking both the Malibu and its occupants and Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
So at 12:35 a.m., do you observe any video of Mr. Dickerson down by Patrick's Irish Pub?
I do.
If we could publish number 60, please.
So this is Patrick's, this is 8th Avenue right here, and this is Christopher walking south on 8th Avenue.
Now, at some point after that 12:35 a.m., do you kind of lose sight of Mr. Dickerson for a bit?
Yeah, I did for approximately 10 minutes. I didn't know where he went.
Okay. And while you weren't sure where he was, were you able to track the movements of the Malibu and the occupants of that?
I was.
If we could publish number 64. So at approximately 12:41 a.m., what do you notice here?
So I'm able to track through the movements. There's not a lot of people in the parking lot at this time, so I'm able to see some figures' feet step out of the Malibu, and then I'm tracking the movements of where they're walking, and I pick up these two individuals. Right away, I notice that they are about the same height, and also their body demographic, the size and shape of them, and I see them walking towards the back of Cubetta's.
And about a minute later, if we could have published 65, please.
So right up here, the video shows them interacting with a security guard right here. What you'll see is this individual has a brown shirt on. She has dark kind of at the top of her hair, and then it goes into lighter blonde. And then the other individual is wearing all black, and there's some lettering on the left side of her shirt.
Number 66, please.
Eventually, they were not let into the back fenced area, and you see them walking away towards that same alley is where they're going to go.
And number 67, please.
So you see them kind of right before they disappear into that alley heading towards 9th Avenue.
Right. Now, were you able through, again, your review of the downtown multiple videos that you had, look through video of Points West Bank?
I was.
And at that point, did you see two similar individuals walking by Points West Bank?
I did.
If we could look at 68, please.
So Points West Bank is when you go out onto 9th Avenue, you're going to go south on 9th Avenue. It's at the corner of essentially 10th Street and, 9th Avenue and 10th Street, yes. So this is them walking south on 9th Avenue. And what I see here is I see the same similar height individuals, and I also see the same size shape
And was there, again, pointing out any time discrepancies? Is there a discrepancy that you learned from this particular video?
Yeah, the cameras, the time is off. I think it's a little bit earlier than what we observed just previous, but I was able to, when I didn't have correct timestamps, I would then track movements. So I would see somebody leave an area, look at the next camera, watch an hour or two of video, see them pick up again, and know that just based off the location, it probably wasn't very long before they went from one camera to the next camera.
And if we could publish 69, please.
So this is Points West Bank again. It's difficult to see, but when you watch the video, you can see that this individual right here who's wearing all black has their hair in a bun and they're wearing a visor. And then you can see the lighter hair of the second individual just beyond them.
Number 70, please.
So
Okay, here.
you'll see the white shoes of the individual that's wearing all black. And you can see right here, and I've watched this video many times, you'll see that there's just white, like a white box. And I saw that consistently with the front shirt of this individual.
And 71, please.
Now you'll see the hair, the visor, hair in a bun visor, see the white shoes, and then you see lettering. And I could only really read the first three, and it said CAL. And I didn't know if that potentially was California or something similar to that.
All right. And likewise, you're reviewing surveillance for Mr. Dickerson at approximately 12:46. Did you observe him near the Cubetta's rear entry?
And if I could just back up and just add one thing to this.
Object to narrative.
I'll sustain the objection, Mr. McCormick, if you want to ask that.
Was there anything in addition you wanted to mention in regards to People 71?
Yes, this is now 10th Street, and they're walking east, and they're heading towards the front entrance of Cubetta's.
Okay. So you were able to track Mr. Dickerson's movements at around 12:46 a.m. to Cubetta's?
Yes.
And if we could have number 72, please. And what we're looking at here?
So this is the rear entrance of Cubetta's, and you see right here, that's, I can tell it's Christopher based off of what he's wearing, and he's talking what looks like a security guard.
And number 73.
And I tracked his movement. He's led into the back area, and you can see his light colored jeans as he's walking into the rear of Cubetta's.
All right. Just a minute, Judge. All right. Now, in regards to, what exhibit is that? 73. Okay, thank you. And in regards to, again, simultaneously tracking the movements of the other two individuals at 12:51, did you see them come out of Cubetta's in the rear exit?
I did, yes.
All right. If we could have People's number 74, please.
So this is very difficult to see, and it's very kind of a distorted image up there, but I was able to watch it over and over again, and I saw the individual wearing all black.
Bolstering.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry. As I watched this video, I saw the two same figures, one dressed in all black and one wearing a brown shirt in this area for a couple minutes, and what you're going to see is the one wearing the brown shirt exit the rear area and then walk back towards the Malibu.
All right. Number 75, please.
So from the video, what I saw was they exited, this individual exited, walked to the Malibu, got in the front driver's door of the Malibu, the lights turned on for approximately a minute, and then they exit the Malibu, and this is them returning back towards the rear of Cubetta's.
And during, at approximately 1:13 a.m., did you observe Mr. Dickerson near the rear entrance of the Cubetta's?
I did.
And if we could publish 76, please. Now, were you able to determine if Mr. Dickerson was inside the Cubetta's establishment?
Yes.
And were you, at some point in your investigation, given videos from patrons inside that had recorded that?
Yes.
All right. So, did you have an opportunity to meet with a Miss Flores at the Cubetta Bar?
I did.
And who is she?
She's an employee of the establishment.
Did you meet with a Mario Carrasco as well?
I did.
And who is that?
He's the owner of Cubetta's.
From your understanding, is that establishment still in business downtown?
I don't believe it is.
Did they provide you with, I'm going to call it phone video from inside the Cubetta's that evening?
They did because they didn't have video surveillance.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as people 209.
And Mr. McCormick will stipulate to these.
Okay. 209 and 210, Judge, those have been stipulated to?
209 and 210, all right. And Ms. Devereaux, is that right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, I will then admit by stipulation 209 and 210 into the record.
All right. So permission to publish 209?
Yes, you may publish when appropriate.
So when you reviewed this particular video, were you able to recognize that individual?
Yeah, I believed it was Christopher based off the clothing and then his height as well, too.
And when you observed that video, what did you observe Mr. Dickerson doing?
It looks like he's standing there.
All right, go ahead and play the rest of it. And then if we could publish 210, please. All right. And based upon that, were you, and your observations of Mr. Dickerson, was that him inside?
I believe so, yes.
Is there anybody else around him at the time that you observed?
Just people standing in front of him.
All right. And then were you able to track Mr. Dickerson's movements when he left that Cubetta's?
I was.
And was that approximately 1:32 in the morning?
It was.
And if we could have published, please, 77.
So what you're going to see here is Christopher standing near, just outside of the gated area of Cubetta's. And then you're going to, in video surveillance, I see him begin walking east through the parking lot.
78, please.
So this is him. This is Roasties now, video surveillance, and this is directly in front of the establishment. This is 8th Avenue right here, and that's Christopher arriving at the establishment. He stands outside, I think, and smokes a cigarette for a couple minutes before he goes inside.
And then number 52.
Again, that's Christopher right there.
So based upon your review of this surveillance to date, was his clothing fairly distinctive that night?
Yes.
And are you aware of what his shirt says on there?
Yeah, it says straight out of Fox.
Right. And you were able to track a dark T-shirt and I guess some light blue jeans?
Yes, and then
Your Honor, can I object and your approach, please?
Sure.
Okay. So at approximately 1:37, did you note if Mr. Dickerson was inside Roasties?
I did.
All right. And during that time, did he appear to interact with any individuals?
He did, yes.
All right. If we could have people's number 79, please.
So this is Christopher seated at the bar. You see in the video that he looks like he orders a drink and then he begins drinking it as he's seated there.
People's 80.
So I identified this individual that he's hugging as Dolores V. Hill. There is an interaction between them, and I think as we continue, I can point out what that is.
81.
So Dolores has Christopher's phone at this point, and she begins manipulating his phone. And she has it for quite a bit of time as they're talking to each other.
People's number 53.
Again, that's Dolores V. Hill.
All right. And through the course of your investigation, were you able to secure her phone records?
I was.
So when you had mentioned previously in your testimony about when reviewing both Mr. Dickerson's phone records and her phone records at approximately between 2:45 and 3:15 in the morning when they left Mr. Dickerson's, is that the phone number that was being contacted?
Yes.
All right. If we could have 180, please. And what do we see here?
So eventually, Dolores leaves. Let me get the pointer. So Dolores meets up with a group. That's Pete Valdez, and they begin talking. And at this point, Christopher is no longer really engaging with the group when he's inside.
If we could have 181, please. So at approximately 1:48 a.m., what did you observe?
Christopher walks into the rear of Roasties and then turns around and then walks back towards the front.
182.
So Christopher then exits Roasties and he begins smoking a cigarette.
If we could have People's 82, please.
Eventually, after a couple minutes, Dolores V. Hill exits Roasties and then they meet back up again and they hug.
And number 83.
Now Christopher is interacting with Pete Valdez and giving him a hug.
While you, again, were observing this, you're simultaneously tracking the two other individuals at 2 o'clock in the morning. Did you notice them around the rear part of Cubetas?
I did.
All right. And if we could have 84, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're seeing they first exited into the fence patio area. They're back there for several minutes, and then they exit and they begin walking back towards the Malibu. This is a female dressed all in black with the white shoes and the visor and the bun, and this is the individual female that's wearing the brown shirt and the jeans with the kind of blondish highlighted hair.
All right. Number 85.
So there's people filtering in and out of the bar, and I was able to track their movements. And what you see is somebody with all black, and I was able to see that they had at least white shoes on. And this is the Malibu right there, and you see them get into the driver's side of that vehicle, and you saw another individual get into the passenger side of that vehicle.
And based upon your review of videos from the downtown, video surveillance systems from downtown, were you able to track the movements of the Malibu as it left?
I was.
If we could have People's 180, I'm sorry, I can't see that. What is that? You have 183 up there now? Oh, okay, 183, sorry.
Oh, again, this is just right before the person got to right here in the Malibu. You see their figure right there as well.
All right, if we could publish People's 86, please.
So this is Warm Hugs surveillance system, and it shows 8th Avenue right here, and it's more of the east side of that parking lot, and you see, so right there is the Malibu moving east through the parking lot.
If we could have People's 87, please.
So here's the Malibu right here, and now at this time, Christopher's crossed 8th Avenue, is walking west through the parking lot.
88, please.
It's Christopher walking near the Malibu and looking towards the window, or the passenger area, I should
Is
say.
there anything about People's 88 that further caught your attention?
Well, distinctly, I knew it was Christopher that, and then just the color and the shape of the vehicle.
Okay. Number 89.
So this is Christopher having a very short, looks like interaction. He nods his head up and down with this side of the Malibu. I can't tell for sure if the window's rolled down, but it looks like it is, before he continues west through the parking lot.
All right. If we could publish 185, please. Or excuse me, 184. I'm sorry.
So I retrieved video surveillance, and I was able to track the movements of the Malibu after it left the parking lot of Cubetta's. It went south on 8th Avenue before it turned west on 11th Street, and this is La Taramara Market, and then that's the Malibu turning left, and it's going west on 11th Street.
185. And what do we see here?
This is Subway's video surveillance. It's now going north on 9th Avenue.
Number 186. And what do we see here?
This is Points West Bank, showing it still going north on 9th Avenue, and I'm able to confirm it's the same vehicle based on the dark tinted windows, the color of the vehicle, and then also the rims.
People's 90. And what does this photo depict?
These cameras are owned and operated by the Downtown Developmental Authority, and this is right near the Rio. You see Christopher walking north along 9th Avenue on the east side of the sidewalk.
People's 91.
Same camera, but now you can see the reflection of the Malibu as it's following the same path as Christopher.
And People's 92.
This is 477 Distilling. You can see Christopher walking north on 9th Avenue as he goes past the establishment.
And then People's number 93.
And this is still 477 Distilling. You can see the Malibu, same rims, same vehicle following the same path as Christopher.
All right. And then did this kind of bring you back at 2:16 a.m. to the neighborhood surveillance system showing the vehicles returning to Mr. Dickerson's residence?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point during your investigation, were you contacted by Mr. Alan Dickerson?
I was.
And who is Mr. Alan Dickerson?
Excuse me, that's the father of Christopher.
And was he able to provide you with some, was he able to provide you with Christopher Dickerson's Google account location information?
Yes.
And did he eventually give you full access to Mr. Dickerson's Google account to include the location information?
He did.
And that has been previously entered into evidence as People's number 202?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to review that location information, that CD that's been entered into evidence?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were you able to learn from reviewing the location information?
I was able to determine Christopher's movements earlier in the night, which lined up with the video surveillance I saw downtown. And then I was also to determine his movements at around the house, and then also the movements that lined up with the video. And then when something of note is when the Malibu left at 5:11 a.m., Christopher's phone location left as well.
All right. You could publish People's 111, please. So what are we looking at here?
So when the Malibu left at around 5:11, 5:12 a.m., this is a Google location showing that Christopher's phone left at the same time. And it went east on 25th Street, which is consistent with the Malibu turning east on 25th Street.
And was your review of that consistent with you seeing the Malibu leaving Mr. Dickerson's home at about 5:11 a.m., as we've previously viewed in Exhibit 2E as in Edward?
Yes.
Can we play 2E, please?
So again, the video is about 6 minutes off or so, but you're going to see, this is the corner 2436. You'll see the Malibu leaving. And at this time, you also see movement on Christopher's phone that it's also leaving his residence. And again, it turned east on 25th Street because I didn't see it go west.
And based upon that Google location information, were you able to determine if the Malibu and Mr. Dickerson's phone returned to his house in a few minutes after that?
Yes, around 5:24 a.m., you see the Malibu coming back to the residence, and then you see Christopher's phone also return back to that location.
If we could publish 112, please. What are we looking at here?
That's just the total trip. So it went this way. That's what we saw in the previous exhibit. It comes up this direction, hangs about around here in the neighborhood, and then it returns back to Christopher's location, his residence location.
And is that consistent with the video surveillance that you observed and we've previously played in Exhibit 2F as in Frank?
Yes.
If we could publish 2F, please.
So again, this is the 2436 residence. You're going to see the Malibu going north on 15th Avenue Court. So it's coming back from the location of 25th Street, going east. It's going to turn north. And what I saw in the video is consistent with what I saw on Christopher's phone's location.
Were you able to determine if the Malibu and the victim's phone, Mr. Dickerson's, left again shortly thereafter?
I did.
And if we look at 113, please.
So now Christopher's phone is left again, and at this end point is where you see is where the location is registered. So it left the residence and then went kind of in a north western location through the neighborhood.
All right. Now with that information, what did you do next?
I began tracking the movements. At this point, I believe the suspects had the phone, so I began tracking the movements after the fire.
If we could publish 114, please. And what are we looking at here?
So you'll see here, it's around, I think, 5:33 a.m. This is 35th Avenue. That's 35th Avenue. This is about 22nd Street. This is 28th Street right here, and it's registering a location right around that 22nd Street or so, along running essentially parallel with 35th Avenue.
Exhibit 115.
So you can see that's what we saw previously. It makes that kind of jaunt over, and there's 35th Avenue. It continues up to 5th Street and then heads close to 54th Avenue, going west on 5th Street.
Exhibit 116, please. So let me back up to 114 for a minute. Can we publish 114? Were you able to tell the time frame at approximately 5:30 a.m. that this was traveling?
Around that time, yeah.
And then in regards to exhibit number 115, was that at approximately 5:43 a.m.?
Yes.
Based upon your review and investigation, that's about the time the fire was called in.
Approximately, yes.
And in regards to 116, at 5:57 a.m., what are we looking at here?
The phone is now, it ends right here. It's in the approximately the 5800 block of 29th Street.
Okay. And in regards to at about 6:13 a.m., did you observe or notice the location of Mr. Dickerson's phone up around First Street Road?
Yes.
If we could have 117, please.
So you see the phone went to 47th Avenue, traveled north on 47th Avenue, and then it gave a location right there, and it's there for approximately 6 minutes.
And if we could publish 125, please. Now, what are we looking at here?
So the phone is notating a location right there. This is First Street Road, and then this is 45th Avenue.
126, please.
The phone is, again, notating a location in the same general area.
127. What do we see here?
The phone is now notating a location up on near 45th Avenue.
128.
And the phone is back over in this general location where it was before.
129.
Again, now it's bouncing back over in this general location.
Does that, based upon your experience with these types of,
Objection 702.
were you, I'll strike and move on.
Okay.
Were you aware, was the phone physically being moved at that time?
All I know is that the phone was giving a general location in this area, and it bounced back towards that, near that house a couple of times in that 6-minute time frame.
All right. And at 6:25 a.m., did you observe his phone again move away from that area?
Yes.
And that phone would be Mr. Dickerson's?
Yes.
You could have 119, please.
So now it's just, it left,
Objection narrative.
All right. What is 119 showing us?
it left that location near 45th Avenue and First Street Road, and now it's traveling east on 5th Street.
And if we could have People's 120. So at 6:33 a.m., what did you observe in regards to movements of Mr. Dickerson's phone?
Now it's near around 25th Street and 11th Avenue. It's just past 25th Street. This is 26th Street right here.
All right. Judge, I do actually have a few more questions. I can get through it in 10 minutes or so, or is this now, what would you prefer?
Let's go ahead and finish up, Ms.
Okay.
Devitt, unless you have an objection to that. Okay.
All right, thank you. So in that regards to the location of 2500 Block and 11th Avenue, was there anything particular about that location that caught your attention?
Yes, at that time, we had a mobile automatic license plate reader in the 2600 block of 11th Avenue.
And are you familiar with what those mobile license plate readers are?
Yes, I am.
Have you used those through your investigation as a detective with the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, often.
So did you have an opportunity then to review the ALPR reports from that particular unit?
I did.
And what did you observe during your review?
I observed a specific Chevrolet Tahoe go through that location at the same time as Christopher's phone.
And that would have been at 6:33 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, so based upon the information that you'd had to date in regards to the neighborhood surveillance video and downtown surveillance video, you now are able to track Mr. Dickerson.
Objection leading.
All right, Mr. McCormick, will you finish that question? And
Sure. I was going to ask, did you have a suspicion that vehicles had been switched?
All right, based on that, I will overrule the objection, and the witness can answer.
Yes, I did.
If we could have Exhibit 132, please. And what are we looking at here?
So this is a query read of that Chevrolet Tahoe going through the automatic license plate reader at 6:33 a.m. on October 3rd, 2021. And that's the license plate, which I manually entered in to make sure that it was, in fact, that Chevrolet Tahoe that was registered to.
And when you manually entered that in, who is that vehicle registered to?
Stacy Rodriguez.
Were you able to note height and weight characteristics?
I was at 5'4", 250 pounds.
All right. I'd like to compare some photos for a minute. If we could compare 195. With 54. 69. And 104. So in regards to the photo on, this would be your left, Is that a known photograph of the defendant?
It is.
Were you able to utilize that photograph and compare it to previously admitted items 54 and 69?
I was.
All right. What types of consistencies or characteristics did you note in that comparison?
In the known photograph, Stacy's wearing all black. She has her hair in a bun. She has a visor. I looked at her general shape compared to, this is at Points West Bank, and then this is at near Cubetas as they're walking out, and I saw the same consistencies in the visor, the hair in a bun, and the general shape of the individual.
Did you then begin looking into any family that she had in the area?
Yes,
And a couple things. Did you locate that?
I did.
And did you recall the address where family was?
Miguel Rodriguez, which is her brother, lives at 4540 First Street Road.
And is that based upon your review of the Google locations of Mr. Dickerson's phone? Did the phone end up in that particular area?
Yeah, the first location we saw of where the phone was at a house is one house east of 4540 First Street Road.
If we could publish 125, please. And that's previously been published, but is that in the area of 4540 First Street Road?
Yes, the 4540 is this house right here.
Right. Now, with that information, did you request the assistance of Detective John Colgate to help in this?
I did.
And was that specifically for further review of the ALPR records?
I did.
And was this in the area of 25th Street and 35th Avenue?
It was.
And why did you pick that particular location?
Because I knew that we had an automatic license plate reader that was stationary in that location.
And based upon that review, were you provided information about a Malibu that had gone through that area?
I was.
And do you recall approximately what time on October 3rd, 2021 it went through that area?
About 5:33 a.m.
And was that motor vehicle captured, the silver Chevy Malibu captured on the ALPR?
It was.
If we could have number 114, please. So what are we looking at here?
This is just showing Christopher's phone path through that general location at about 5:30 a.m. Excuse me, 5:30 a.m.
And if we could have 131 published, please. And what do we have? What are we looking at here?
So this is the silver Chevrolet Malibu. That's the license plate that is to it. And then you can tell kind of the similar consistencies with the rear of the vehicle that I saw in the video surveillance.
Right. So now with that information in hand, did you try and, based upon these locations, go to where the Mr. Dickerson's phone was in the 5800 block of 29th Street?
Yes.
All right, and what, if we can go to 116, please. So at 5:57 a.m., what did you observe here?
This is just the location of Christopher's phone right there.
And if we have 122 published?
Your Honor, wait, I'm sorry, he said right there. Can we just make sure it's clear where he's pointing for the record? Thank you.
Sure.
Right here.
And Mr. McCormick, can you just generally describe that?
Yes. We're looking at people's number 116. So at 5:57 a.m., where was the victim's phone?
It was in this general location.
All right, and are you aware what that general location is?
It was near a location of Hosanna Varela's family.
All right.
Again, same
And
objection.
is that the lower left hand of that exhibit?
The lower left-hand corner, where my pointer is the general location of Hosanna Varela's family.
All right, thank you.
And did you, so what was were you able to determine, well, let me ask you this, strike that. Let's go to 121, please. Based upon those, a Google phone location, were you able to determine where the last known location of Mr. Christopher Dickerson's phone was?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what area that was in?
It was near right here. which is 31st Street and 11th Avenue.
And you're pointing at the end of the map.
Yes,
And were you able to determine if there was any family members associated with this case that lived there in that area?
Hosanna Varela's family, yes.
All right. Now, during your investigation, were you able to locate that Malibu?
I was.
And do you remember where it was at?
The Malibu was registered to Stacy Rodriguez's brother, Miguel Rodriguez, and we located it at 4540 First Street Road.
If we could have exhibit, is it 211? All right, so what are we looking at here?
This is the Malibu. I believe this is at 2:16 a.m. This is the Malibu pulling into the driveway of Christopher's residence.
All right, if we could have 139.
This is after we located the Malibu. We took shots of that Malibu that's registered to Miguel Rodriguez, Stacy's brother.
And I'd like to compare people's 139 to 211 and to number 87. And can you point out what you observed in these photographs in regards to consistencies of the vehicle?
Obviously, the shape, you see the shape between all three photos is consistent. You'll see the 5-spoke wheels or rims are consistent. The dark colored tinted window. And then I was also able to confirm that this Malibu has a sunroof, and you would see it in the ALDAR photograph. When it went through, it also had a sunroof as well, too.
All right. Through the course of your investigation, did you eventually come in contact with both the defendant and Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021?
I did.
And during that time, did you have contact with Miss Hosanna Varela?
I did.
And where's your body-worn camera operating at the time?
It was, yes.
Judge, I think this might be an appropriate time to stop before we publish this for the morning break, please.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess at this time. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury as they leave. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 11 a.m. Mr. Burrows, you can leave the witness stand, but we'll need you back here at 11.
I haven't had access to email.
In 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our morning recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues we need to address before we bring the jury in and resume?
No, nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll bring the jury in and get started. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Burrows, I'll remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. So, Detective, when just before we left off on the break, I had asked you if on November 11th of 2021, you had come in contact with the defendant in a Hosanna Varela.
I did.
And was that interaction, specifically, did you speak to Miss Hosanna Varela?
I did, yes.
Was that interaction captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Number 188. Ask you to take a look at it for a moment. Do you recognize that DVD?
I do.
Have you had an opportunity to view that?
I have.
Your initials and the date that you viewed it appear on there?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of the interaction you had with Ms. Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence People's 188.
Any objection to 188?
No, thank you.
All right. The court will admit into evidence States 188, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. So based upon that interaction with both the defendant and Ms. Varela, did you subsequently, through your investigation, secure search warrants for 2 motor vehicles?
I did, yes.
Was one of them the Malibu that belonged to the defendant's brother?
Yes.
Is it the same Malibu that you witnessed throughout your review of video from the neighborhood and downtown?
Yes.
And also, did you have a search warrant that was granted for the Tahoe that was registered to the defendant?
Yes.
I'd like to publish People's 171, please.
All right. Go ahead.
And what are we looking at here?
171 is the Chevrolet Tahoe. And then looking at it, I can compare it to the ALPR photos at 6:33 a.m. and they look consistent, specifically the rims and the color and the shape.
All right. As well as the registration and license plate?
Yes.
We're all consistent? Okay. And then 172, please.
It's just a close-up of the side of the Malibu, or the Chevrolet Tahoe, sorry.
Now, during the course of that search of the Tahoe, were certain items located on the inside?
Yes.
Did those items include clothing?
Yes.
If I could have 174 published, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's a shirt that we found on the interior of the Tahoe. It says California on the front with in a block and black lettering. So right here. And then on the side, you can read in white, California.
And if we could have 175 published?
That's just a side view of the same shirt.
I'd like to compare 175 to 71, 175 to 71. We're going to ask to compare photograph 175 to 71 here in a minute. And what are we looking at here?
This is the video from downtown Points West Bank of who I believe to be Stacy Rodriguez walking past the establishment towards Cubetas. And you can see the consistency in the lettering on the shirt from Points West Bank, and then compared to the shirt that we found inside of the Tahoe.
All right, Judge, if I can have a minute, please.
Sure.
Judge, I don't have any additional questions at this time for Mr. Burrows. We do intend on recalling him later in the case, so
All right, thank
thank you.
you. Ms. Devereaux, do you have any cross-examination at this time, or do you prefer to do that at a later time?
Your Honor, I do have some questions. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Burrows.
Good morning.
So I'm calling you Mr. Burrows, not out of disrespect, but just to clarify, you aren't a detective anymore.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're not in law enforcement anymore,
No.
actually. Okay. So I just want to make sure I wasn't disrespecting you by not calling you Detective Burrows. So
There's
thank
no
you.
disrespect.
As we've heard, you were the lead detective on this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to start this morning by really kind of talking about those first few hours and days of a homicide investigation. Okay.
Yes.
So during those first couple hours and days, you're trying to find out as much information as you can about the deceased individual. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm talking more than just basic demographics. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're trying to look at who the person was associated with.
Yes.
You're trying to look at who their family is, of course, right?
Yes.
You're trying to look at all potential connections to the victim.
Correct.
And you're doing that because you're trying to figure out who could have had any kind of conflict with this individual.
Yes, that's one of the reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
You're looking for a motive and you're looking for a suspect, right?
Yes.
And obviously when you're looking at trying to identify a suspect and trying to identify a motive, one of the first places you're going to go to as a homicide detective is any source of conflict that individual may have been having around the time of his death. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
Yes.
And when you first got called to the scene of the arson, and as we heard, you're learning more information that may suggest this isn't just arson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
can you say yes or no? So
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
And during those initial days in this investigation, you interviewed, as we heard, Mr. Dickerson's parents, right?
Correct.
You interviewed his roommate, David Laming, Laming,
Yes.
who also lived at this residence that Mr. Dickerson lived at, right?
Yes.
That's generally what a roommate means, right?
Yes.
You also interviewed an ex-coworker, Michelle Yanesta, Ynesta.
I did, yes.
And also you interviewed two of Mr. Dickerson's friends who were in town visiting around the time.
Yes, I did.
A Mr. Kent Mistel, Mistal.
Yes.
A Mr. Nathaniel Strickland, Strickland.
Yes.
You interviewed neighbors, as we've heard, right?
Yes.
You also interviewed an ex-fiance of Mr. Dickerson's, Bethany Cook, Cook.
I didn't. Detective Arpin did.
Thank you for that clarification. And that's a really important point. You're one man, you're not doing all of these interviews.
No, most of the ones that you said, I did all those
Right.
interviews, just not Bethany Cook.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And during each one of those interviews, again, you're trying to look at what sort of conflicts Mr. Dickerson was having around this time. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I'm trying to learn who Christopher Dickerson is.
Right. And again, as we talked about earlier, what source of conflict, who could have done this, right?
Correct.
And you, as we heard earlier from Mr. Alan Dickerson, learned that Mr. Christopher Dickerson had been recently fired from his employment.
That's correct.
And that firing was sort of a accumulation of 3 to 4 months of conflict for Mr. Christopher Dickerson with his employer.
I don't know exact time frame, 3 to 4 months, but there was an accumulation that ultimately led to the firing.
Would it refresh your memory to view that portion of your interview with Mr. Alan Dickerson dated October 3rd, 2021?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, again, I apologize for that. Technology is fun. Is your memory refreshed now?
Yes.
Okay. And so again, the firing was sort of this accumulation of ongoing contention between him and his employer for 3 to 4 months leading up to his death.
Yeah, you said 3 to 4 months, maybe a year is what Alan said.
Thank you. And so, again, you're hearing this from Mr. Alan Dickerson, who, again, just to clarify, you're learning this on October 3rd, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also interviewed on October 3rd Mr. David Lamming, right?
Yes.
And again, this contentious relationship and ultimate firing was also something you learned about from Mr. Lamming.
Yes.
Specifically that Mr. Dickerson had a lot of anger around being let go and what had happened.
I think he was upset about the whole situation.
Right. And Mr. Dickerson's anger and frustration about his employment and ultimate firing was also described to you by Michelle Yanesta.
I think it was, yes.
And she actually worked at NUSA as well.
Yes.
And as we heard, and you did this neighborhood, you and your other colleagues at the Greeley Police Department did this neighborhood canvas around Mr. Dickerson's residence.
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Dickerson had moved to the residence within the last year or two before all this happened.
I believe so, yes.
And so a lot of his neighbors didn't really know him at all.
I think some of them knew him and then some of them didn't.
Yeah. There was like maybe 1 or 2 that actually knew him other than seeing him drive by and knew where he lived.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 1 or 2. It was like a handful that knew him and then
Right.
there's many that didn't.
But is it fair to say none of them were really particularly close with him?
I don't know what, I guess I would have to define what close is.
Okay, I appreciate that. How about I ask you this?
Okay.
Not a whole lot of information in terms of investigative leads was learned from his neighbors.
That's correct.
Again, but the only sort of source of conflict that any of them knew about was, again, his anger about being fired from NUSA.
The neighbors or his close friends?
His neighbors.
I don't remember exactly which neighbors didn't have who voiced that. I didn't speak to every neighbor. There's other officers who spoke to neighbors.
Right, but you're the lead investigator on the case, right?
Yes.
And your job is to review the information that those other officers provide to you.
Yes.
And so one of those neighbors was a man named Israel. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember do you remember Israel's last name?
Macatella?
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, he didn't really know Mr. Dickerson that well, but he knew that Chris was angry about being fired leading up to going out this evening.
Yeah. He is the only neighbor I know specifically that knew about Christopher's firing and how upset he was.
And as we've seen, you've combed through quite a bit of phone records of Miss Rodriguez, Miss Varela, and Mr. Dickerson.
Yes. Yes.
There's also been Facebook messages that you combed through.
Yes.
Again, you've looked into all 3 of these individuals' lives.
Yes.
And you found absolutely no connection between Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Varela. Mr. Dickerson.
Yeah, I found no connection whatsoever.
Before this night.
But yeah, before October 3rd.
Okay. And you also likewise found no connection between Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Dickerson before October 2nd into the 3rd.
Correct.
And as the jury heard, you were sort of able to pinpoint the exact moment that Miss Rodriguez and Miss Varela and Mr. Dickerson crossed paths.
Yes.
And you were able to do that from the surveillance video that we saw.
Correct.
And that was after the bars let out, correct?
Correct.
And I want to take you back to when Mr. Dickerson left his residence that evening.
Okay.
And you testified this morning that Mr. Dickerson left his neighborhood at approximately 11:56 p.m.
That's when he actually left the neighborhood, but he left his, he pulled out of his residence earlier in the night.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And as we saw and heard, Mr. Dickerson went to the box first in downtown Greeley,
Yes.
and he was inside for approximately 15 minutes. Does that sound right?
Around that time, yeah.
Okay. And you went to the box, right?
Detective Onderlin did.
Detective Onderlin did, okay. And you and Detective Onderlin never were able to find any kind of evidence to suggest that he actually spoke to anyone there.
No, there was no interior cameras,
Right.
and we didn't know who was there that night.
Right. But Detective Onderlin did interview staff there, correct?
I think the security personnel, yes.
Right. And so the only information that you and Detective Onderlin came up with was that he spoke to staff only, right?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Right. And he was there for about 15 minutes, and through the box's record keeping, you were able to learn that he did purchase a drink while there.
He made a purchase there.
Correct. Do you recall Detective Onderlin writing that he bought one drink at 12:15?
I don't remember Detective Onderlin writing that. I just remember what I saw on the receipt, which was for $6.
Okay, thank you. And so he left the box and went and smoked a cigarette at approximately, is it fair to say 12:31?
Sure.
Okay. So he's standing alone smoking a cigarette, and then he leaves that area and goes to the Cubetta's bar at 12:46 a.m.
Yes.
And while inside the Cubetta's bar and nightclub, is it a nightclub? Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay, we'll call it a nightclub. You learned that at 1:01 a.m., without saying what the text message was, you learned that Mr. Dickerson sent a text message.
Correct.
And that text message was sent from Mr. Dickerson to his friend, Mr. Kent Mistel.
That is correct.
And again, this text message was sent only about an hour before Mr. Dickerson had contact with Stacy and Hosanna.
Yeah, approximately.
And again, without going into detail what was said in the text message, would you agree that it presented an inaccurate portrayal of Mr. Dickerson's activities inside of Cubetta's?
From the limited video I saw, yes.
And also from interviews law enforcement had with Ms. Flores, right?
Yes.
And I'll come back to that in a moment. But the text message used some interesting terminology to describe females. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Derogatory terminology that refers to women essentially as subpar or with women with subpar moralities.
If that's the technical definition, I don't know what the technical definition, but it was derogatory.
Calling women whores and sluts, basically.
Again, I don't know what the technical definition is. I just know it was derogatory in nature.
Okay. What's your understanding of what that word meant?
It was, like I said, derogatory towards women.
Right. In a sexual way, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess the context could be yes.
Right. And I want to talk about the video that we saw in the prosecution's exhibits 209 and 210. That's
Okay.
the video that we're talking about inside Cubetta's.
Yeah.
Law enforcement went to Cubetta's, and unfortunately, they didn't have any kind of surveillance video that was working inside the actual establishment. Is that fair?
Yeah, we combed everywhere inside of there.
Right. Wasn't there like an issue with it going to China or Japan or something,
Yeah,
something unusual?
Yeah, there was a DVR system, and I went and physically looked at it, but then there was some issue with it going to the cloud, and then ultimately we
Right.
couldn't get anything from there.
Again, technology is very wonderful sometimes.
Yes.
But when you were, and it was you who went, correct?
Myself and other detectives, yes.
Right. And so you're kind of working through this process with the owner and employee of Cubetta's, and you're able to identify to them what you're looking for and what would be helpful in these videos and in part because Mr. Dickerson was kind of standing there very unusual.
I just remember them saying that he was standing there.
Right. And when you specifically interviewed Miss Flores, she was able to go back and find this video that we've seen because he was standing against this pool table.
Yes.
And he was essentially standing against the pool table the entire time he was there, according to her.
Yes, I believe so.
And it actually stood out to her because it was just kind of an odd behavior given the rest of what was going on.
I think he stood out because he was standing there, yes.
Watching what appears to be females dancing in front of him, right?
And males.
And males, without interacting with anyone.
Not that she recalled.
Okay. And not dancing.
No.
Just kind of standing there watching against the pool table.
Yes.
And again, it stood out to her so much so that she mentioned it to you twice.
I know she mentioned to me, I don't know if it's exactly twice or more, but yeah, she mentioned to me, I think, multiple times.
Now, before Mr. Dickerson, or let me ask you this. You were here, obviously, when Mr. Burson testified, or Dr. Burson testified on Friday about Mr. Dickerson's BAC.
Yes.
And this isn't the first time you heard that Mr. Dickerson's BAC was a .36.
No, that's not the first time.
Because you would obviously have read the autopsy report, right?
Yes. And
based on your training and experience as a police officer, you know that that is over 4 times the legal limit to drive a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
And because you have this timeline of Mr. Dickerson going to the box and was there for 15 minutes and you had a $6 receipt, or let me ask you this, were you able to determine how much alcohol he drank at Cubetta's?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so we know at the box, he wasn't there for very long. He goes to Cubetta's. We don't know how much he drank there, correct?
Yes.
And before going out that evening at 11:56, you learned information that Mr. Dickerson drank before he left.
I don't remember if I did or not. If you could help me remember.
Sure, it's been a couple years, so
Yeah.
that's fair. Do you recall speaking to Mr. David Lamming?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Lamming show you text message communications between him and Mr. Dickerson?
Yes, and I think I kind of remember now.
Okay. And so you have information that Mr. Dickerson actually consumed Fireball before even heading out that evening.
I remember it was alcohol. I don't remember if it was exactly Fireball, if it was the pumpkin beer, but I know it was something like that.
Okay. Would it help you refresh your memory to view the text message communication between Mr. Dickerson and Mr. Lamming?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Is your memory refreshed now in terms of the type of alcohol Mr. Dickerson consumed from his roommate before leaving to go out this night?
Yes.
And that was Fireball, correct?
It is asked if you could have a shot of Fireball.
Correct. And then you spoke to Mr. Lamming actually twice, October 3rd and October 5th, 2021, correct?
I don't remember the second conversation. I remember the first one. Probably if it was the second one, it might have been over the phone.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you about October 3rd, 2021.
Okay.
Okay. This interview with Mr. Lamming occurred at the Greeley Police Department, right?
Correct.
And again, Mr. Lamming tells you that Mr. Dickerson wanted Fireball whiskey, right?
Correct.
And that the Fireball whiskey was kept, let me withdraw that. The Fireball whiskey Mr. Lamming had that Mr. Dickerson wanted was kept in the living room area of their house.
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Lamming was not home that evening.
No, he was not.
So the text message that you just saw was, again, Mr. Dickerson sort of checking in, can I borrow your Fireball or drink your Fireball?
Yes.
And Mr. Lamming didn't know how much was gone from the Fireball bottle because there was a fire.
Yes.
So you had no way of knowing how much Fireball Mr. Dickerson consumed before going out, leaving his neighborhood at 11:56 on October 2nd.
No, I have no way.
And because you were the lead detective on this case and you reviewed Dr. Burson's autopsy report, you're aware that Mr. Dickerson was actually found to have a fatty liver.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did you ever look into what that means in terms of someone's ability to tolerate high levels of alcohol?
I didn't look specifically at that, no.
Okay. And you had an interview preparation meeting with Dr. Burson before he testified on Friday, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't asked, right?
No.
And let me ask you this. You don't get to be a detective in a case without skipping the first step of basic police work, doing more simple investigations such as a DUI case.
Correct.
So you have training and experience with DUI investigations, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that some people tolerate alcohol in a much more, or let me strike that and put it to you this way. You're aware that people sometimes can consume a lot of alcohol and drive actually relatively well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Hey, one moment, please.
Sure.
Your Honor, since the prosecution's going to be recalling him, I don't have anything further for you, Mr. Burrows, at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any redirect from the state at this time?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Burrows, you can retake your seat, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to leave these exhibits here, or do you want me to bring them to you?
Why don't you leave those there and we'll collect them in a little bit. All right, the state may call their next witness.
At this time, the people call Brian Hunziker.
All right, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward and before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Detective, if you can get as reasonably close to that microphone as you can. And Mr. Pralia, go ahead and continue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Brian Hunziker. It's Hunziker, and I'm a detective with the Greeley Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement and specifically with the Greeley Police Department?
With the Greeley Police Department, 16 years.
Okay. In what capacity have you been throughout that time?
I worked 6 years on patrol, and then I've been in investigations as a detective for 10 years.
Sir, going back to October of 2021, did you assist Detective Burrows in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say you helped in a variety of ways?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, when it came to things such as automatic license plate readers, is that something you were familiar with?
Yes.
And you assisted in pulling those and providing those?
Yes.
Moving forward to your brief role today, did you assist in the arrest on November 11th, 2021?
Yes.
Can you describe what you were doing, what you were asked to do, and then ultimately where you went?
Myself and other detectives and officers were attempting to locate the defendant, and we ended up contacting her in the afternoon of November 11th of 2021. She was in a vehicle with another female, Hosanna Varela, and I ended up speaking with her in the parking lot before she was taken into custody.
All right. Sir, at that time, were you equipped with a body-worn camera as part of your uniform?
Yes.
If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 142.
142, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a compact disc of my body-worn camera footage from that day.
Is it fair and accurate minus the redactions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, move for the admission of 142.
Any objection to 142?
Can I have one moment, please?
Sure.
would just renew our previous objections.
And just to make sure the record is clear, that was the previous objection contained in defense motion 45.
Yes, please, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Noting the defendant's position, I will admit into evidence 142, and you may publish at your discretion.
Based on timing, I think we'll publish at a later time, but to be clear, was that your interaction with the defendant, Ms. Stacy Rodriguez?
Yes,
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I do.
Will you please state where she's sitting, what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She's wearing a green shirt, looks like dark pants.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect identification subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect.
Detective Hunziker, when you contacted the defendant on November 11th, 2021, did she ever say anything to you on camera, what's captured on your body-worn camera, or later that she acted in self-defense?
No.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Detective Hunziker.
Good morning.
So you and other officers didn't just stumble across Miss Rodriguez and Miss Varela in the parking lot on 35th Avenue and 10th Street, right?
No.
In fact, the two women had been previously identified as suspects in this case.
Yes.
And yourself and other detectives and law enforcement and with the Greeley Police Department had been conducting surveillance at 4540 First Street Road in Greeley.
Yes.
And that's how you and other officers knew that Miss Varela and Miss Rodriguez were leaving the residence and traveled to this particular location on 35th and 10th on the day you contacted them on November 11th.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, how long have you been with the Greeley Police Department now?
Sure. 16 years.
16 years, okay. And this is not your first time conducting surveillance on a residence, is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. And law enforcement, particularly the Greeley Police Department as it applies here, has a very skilled way of conducting surveillance at locations so that you're not identified or readily identified by whoever you're trying to survey. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You have things like unmarked vehicles, right?
Yes.
You have strategic spots that you observe residents from.
Yes.
And when you and other officers conducted surveillance at 4540 First Street Road on November 11th, you had no indication that Miss Rodriguez or Miss Varela had seen yourself or other officers.
Just to be clear, I never went to that address, but
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You had no information from your colleagues that Miss Varela or Miss Rodriguez knew or saw officers conducting surveillance on that residence.
To my knowledge, no.
And when you approached the Tahoe on November 11th in the parking lot, is it fair to say that Miss Rodriguez at least appeared to be surprised?
Yes.
And when you approached the Tahoe, you approached from the passenger side, right?
Yes.
And that's where Miss Rodriguez was sitting.
Yes.
And it was a casual encounter, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And from that moment on, at least one member of law enforcement had eyes on the vehicle until it was sealed up and towed and put into evidence, right?
Yes.
And at no point did Ms. Rodriguez have an opportunity to hide anything in the vehicle when you and other officers approached it when she wasn't expecting it.
I don't believe so.
You didn't see any sort of furtive movements, right?
No.
And that would have, obviously, given the situation, be something you were looking for, right? If a suspect on a homicide case is making, sudden movements and reaching for something or putting something away.
Yes.
And likewise, neither did Ms. Varela have an opportunity to hide anything in the vehicle.
I don't believe so. I didn't walk over to the driver's side of the vehicle.
And when you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, you didn't see anything on the ground in the area, right?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And so whatever was in the Tahoe when the two women were ordered out of it or asked out of it was left and readily available to law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please.
Sure.
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Any redirect examination?
No further questions.
All right. Thank you. Detective, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. All right. The state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Hosanna Varela.
All right. Thank you. And can the parties approach?
While we're waiting, can we also please approach?
Yes. Mr. Praley, do you need that or can you move that?
I can take this down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Praley, if you can push that back, I'm sorry, the easel, if you don't need it. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Deputies, if you'll bring Ms. Varela over to the witness stand. And deputies, can you free her right hand so she can take the oath, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Varela, before you sit down, will you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Ms. Varela, if you'll have a seat at the deputy's direction. And Deputy, can you slide the microphone towards Ms. Varela as close as is reasonable? And Mr. Aprele, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Will you please state your full name, spelling your last for the record?
Hosanna Varela, V like Victor, Arela.
Ms. Varela, I want to start just some basic information about yourself, okay? Where are you from?
Really?
Okay. Are you born and raised here? Okay. How old are you?
26.
Okay. And if you don't mind, Deputy, if we could just move something just to make sure we're picking all this up.
Yeah.
If you could just repeat how old you are. ma'am.
26.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Can you please state their names and their ages?
My son's DeAndre, and he's 8 years old. And then Jasmine, she's 7. And Anai, she's 5.
Ma'am, who's the father of those children?
His name's Javier,
And how did you and Javier meet?
in high school.
All right. What high school did you go to?
Really Central.
Mr. Prela, can you give us such a second? We're going to reorientate the microphone. Since she's looking towards him, can you move the microphone on that side just to make sure we get picked up well? I think.
It is, that's about as far as.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Varela, can you just lean a little closer to the microphone when you're answering questions? All right. Thank you. Mr. Praley, go ahead.
Sorry about the difficulties, ma'am. How did you meet your husband in school?
High school. For our freshman year, we were 14 years old.
And so when did you have then your first child?
I was 17.
Okay. And were you and Javier, were you guys married, common law married?
Common law married.
Okay. Going back to that time frame, where were you living with Javier and your 3 kids?
We were right across from Heath, Long Meadow Apartments.
Okay. And ma'am, were you working at the time?
Yeah.
Where were you working at the time?
While in 2001, I was working at JBS.
Okay. What were you doing at JBS in 2021?
Your Honor, I would object. Her answer was 2001. If we can clarify the timeline, please.
I'm sorry. What are you asking?
So she answered 2001. If we can please just clarify that was in 2021. I think I just want to make sure the date's clear.
Well, she would have been an infant.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry. Ms. Varela, you said a date. Can you repeat that date to make sure we have it right for the record?
2021.
Okay. And what year were you born?
1998.
Okay, so when you were 3, you weren't working at JBS.
Yeah.
Okay, to be very clear, when I'm asking about this, I was referring to where were you working at the time prior to this case? That would have been 2021.
Yeah.
Fair? And that would have been with your husband and your
Objection,
3
leaving.
children?
All right. Give it just a second. I'll sustain that objection, Mr. Praley. If you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Where were you living?
At Long Meadow Apartments.
Okay. And that's when you were working at JBS?
Yeah.
What were you doing at JBS?
It was like, it was called rendering. So I was just sorting the meat there.
Okay. And for those that wouldn't know what JBS is that a meat packing plant?
It's a beef, yeah.
Okay. Did you meet an individual by the name of Stacy Rodriguez while working at JBS?
Yeah.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please state where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's on the right and she's wearing green.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect identification subject to cross.
The record will so reflect.
When you first met Ms. Rodriguez, the defendant, were you simply co-workers?
Yeah.
Did that change at some point?
Yes.
Can you describe how and when?
I knew a friend that was there that she was working with. And so when he would come around, we would talk and she would just kind of be there. So we just started kind of becoming more like friends.
Okay. Can you also describe what your relationship was like with Javier?
It was rocky. We were already at the point where we were kind of splitting up and we were just kind of done at that point.
Okay. And so is it fair to say one relationship is growing while the other is
Yeah.
fading away?
Yeah.
Can you describe then how this friendship and being a colleague then transforms at a certain point with the defendant?
It just kind of happened one night, and after that night, from then that point on, it was just like 0 to 100.
Okay. I want to go back and just take this slow. How is that occurring? Were you guys out after work? Was this at work?
Yeah,
Describe.
just kind of after work, we just started hanging out. Well, the one night happened when we went to go get tacos with my friend. It was us three, and we, ever since that night, after we, had sex, it just, from that point on, we were just hanging out every day. And
Okay. And so you're hanging out with the three of you. Who's the other friend?
Gabe, I think his name was.
Okay. And then ultimately, it got intimate that night between you.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you said it went from 0 to 100. Describe what you mean by that.
Like, we were hanging out every day after work, and it just grew really fast, our relationship.
Okay. And at that point, did you place titles on it, or tell me what was happening?
I don't think there really was a title, but obviously it was something more than just friends. And
How is that relationship with the defendant impacting your relationship with Javier?
while it impacted mine and Javi's relationship a lot, because she was we were just together, 24/7. And
Okay. So to be clear, you were together at work and you were together afterwards.
yeah.
Pretty much all the time, according to your testimony. All right. Ma'am, I'm going to discuss a lot about October 3rd in a moment, but ultimately, can you describe the kind of activities that you and the defendant would go do after work?
Objection.
All right, can the parties approach?
Ma'am, had you and the defendant during this time period been down to the locations of downtown Greeley and the establishments down there?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you familiar with them?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm I'm going to start forward and then work backwards, but on October 11th of 2021, ultimately, were you approached by law enforcement in the parking lot of a sound establishment?
In October,
In October. Ultimately, were you arrested at that time, ma'am?
I got arrested in November.
November, I apologize. November 11th. Do you recall that event?
Yeah.
Okay. When that happened, ma'am, can you describe what you were feeling to the jury?
I was scared, and I was just scared.
Okay. If we could at this time publish what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 188.
188, go ahead.
Ma'am, we're going to play the body-worn camera of your arrest at this time, okay?
Hosanna? Hey, Detective Rose, can I chat with you real quick? Would you mind? Sure. Is that okay? Yeah. Thanks. Are you okay to talk to me? Is that okay?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to. Is that okay?
What is it about?
I just have a question about a case that I'm working.
Oh, okay.
So is that okay if I talk to you? Are you okay with me talking with you?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Yes or no? You don't have to talk to me, but if you're okay with me talking to you, I just have a couple questions for you. And that's
No, I don't want to talk to you. I don't know.
You don't want to?
Yes, I'm fine with you.
Are you sure?
I guess,
okay.
yeah.
You don't have to.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Quick question. So, case I'm working, we're talking to everybody who was at a bar on a night, October 3rd,
Okay.
2013. It would have been a Sunday morning, Saturday night leading into Sunday morning. Okay, were you ever at Cubetta's that night?
October 3rd?
Yeah.
It was on Saturday?
Saturday into Sunday morning.
I think so, yeah.
What's that?
I think I was at
You were at Cubetta's? Okay. How long were you there for?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Do you remember being at the bar?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
I usually go there kind of like a lot, so.
Okay, you go to that bar a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember talking to anybody while you're there?
I see my friends there all the time, but
Who are your friends?
just the people that usually are at the bars.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Who are you there with?
It could have been with, I have no idea, my sister or, yeah.
Who is that?
Stacy.
Okay. Were you there with Stacy?
Maybe. I could have been, yeah.
All right. Do you remember October 3rd at all? Okay. When you were there, did you ever see this guy?
No, he doesn't look familiar.
He doesn't look familiar?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You never saw him? Never saw him at the bar or anything? Okay, the case involves him. That's the case I'm investigating.
Oh, okay.
But you never saw him or anything?
He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. All right. Did you ever go after the bar? Where did you go?
Probably to my mom's.
Where does your mom live?
She lives on the west side. I don't know her exact address.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On the west side?
Yeah.
Like, where at?
Like over there by the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh, like 29th Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Like in the, is it west of 29th of Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where does she live? Like a
It's
house?
the T-Bone Ranch.
Like
apartment.
apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they at T-Bone Ranch or there's like
It's
apartments further
I
down?
think it's the T-Bone Ranch.
Okay, because the T-Bone Ranch is right across the street from Buffalo Wild
It's a
Wings.
little bit more down.
It's like all the way down, or
Yeah.
okay. So your mom was there. You went to her house afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't remember ever seeing this guy?
I don't know. He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. He doesn't look familiar to you at all. All right.
No.
Did you you ever go to anybody's house that night?
No.
You never went to anybody's house?
No.
Okay. Never went to this guy's house?
No.
Okay. Would you have been too intoxicated to remember anything?
I was pretty drunk. I'm usually getting drunk like on the weekends.
How drunk were you?
I have no idea.
Like, would you have remembered if you went to somebody's house and you were hanging out with somebody?
Maybe.
Okay. Yes or no?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. You would have remembered so you would have remembered this guy.
He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to tell me or anything else you want to know?
No.
Okay. All right. Brett, are you good? Right here. All right. I'm going to go chat with Stacy real quick. Yeah, thank you. Oh, hey, what? Are you still good to talk to me? Is that okay?
I guess.
Okay. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. What car were you guys in that night?
I don't know. What car was in?
Do you guys ever drive a Chevy Malibu?
No, I don't think so.
You've never been in a Chevy
No.
Malibu? Okay. Does anybody you know own a Chevy Malibu?
No. My mom used to own a Chevy Malibu. She don't have that
Nobody
car.
else owns a Chevy Malibu? Does Stacy own a Chevy Malibu?
I don't think so.
Does her family own a Chevy Malibu?
I don't have no idea.
Okay. All right. Thanks. We good, Brian?
Yeah, I talked to Stacy here. She said she doesn't know who this is. She was at Cubetta's, last Thursday, and maybe a week or two prior to that.
How was that?
Yeah.
She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 2413 15 Avenue Court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu? Okay. What's your current address right now? What's your current phone number? Okay. 22.
All right, Stacey, will you step out of the car for me? You can grab your phone if you want.
Yeah. Can I go with my mom? Just 'cause it's
Yeah,
wet and I don't
go
want
ahead.
to get-
Yeah.
Can I check my buttons?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I saw her or I left one.
What are you looking for? Just a hair tie?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I just got out the shower with them.
Sure.
So I was like, oh, I can't even do my hair nothing. Maybe I'll just
Okay. You want your phone or anything? You don't have to have it. It's up to you. All right. Step over here. Okay, turn around. You're under arrest.
For what?
I'll tell you in a second. Go ahead and put your fingers together. There you go. Yeah. We're in a double.
So it's a little bit easier for you, okay?
There you go. Simon, turn around for me. You're under arrest. Put your fingers together. Like, make a, there you go, interlace them. There you go. Jim, house. Yeah. Do you guys want to roll up? I got enough here. I think we got two.
Very good.
You're under arrest for first-degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with a deceased body. Okay? Alright, that's what you're being charged with. Stacy's being charged with that as well, too. If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you about it. And I can understand what happened that night. Okay? It's only if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to talk to me, I'll listen to your story. I'll always listen to people's story.
Yeah.
Okay? Is that something you'd like to do, is talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can we talk?
We're going to talk at the station.
Okay.
Okay, away from everybody else.
Okay.
Away from Stacy.
Okay.
Is that something you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll hear your story.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I can see it in your face.
Okay.
All right. She wants to talk. Sure. Do you have anything on you?
I have my phone, and then I don't think I have anything on my pocket.
Okay. We'll stay over here. We'll keep Stacy over there.
We got a car coming. Perfect. We're getting a patrol car. She told us Jackson's on his way over to the house. Told the other car. How do you want to do that? Just tell them we're taking it.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah. We'll take the Malibu.
okay. They're bringing one. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, Sherry.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, get superior for it.
Who's got your kids right now?
They're at the grandma's house. Yeah. I was just thinking about that if I had my son with me, because I usually pick him up from school, but I didn't interview today.
Just give us 1 second. We're just trying to get
Yeah.
our Sherry to transfer her. Okay. You good? You. Stacy, have you been informed of what you're arrested for?
No.
Okay. Being arrested for first-degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with a squatting. Okay?
Is there proof of that?
Yes.
Ma'am, as to what we saw on 188 as it deals with your encounter, was that the truth?
Objection. No approach.
Yes.
November 11th, when you're contacted, we see you in handcuffs, you're taken to jail, right?
Yeah.
How long were you at the Weld County Jail?
For a little over 2 years.
And ma'am, prior to that, did you have any involvement with being at the Weld County Jail?
No.
Objection.
All right, can the parties approach?
Ma'am, you were at the Weld County Jail after your arrest in this case for over 2 years?
Yeah.
And during that time period, were you aware if Ms. Rodriguez, the defendant, was also at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
We got arrested at the same time.
Okay.
So,
And would you also see her at times?
yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, at the Weld County Jail, were you provided a note?
Yes.
Specifically, were you provided multiple notes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 204,
204, go ahead.
and then later provide 220.
204 and 220.
Starting with 204, do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a note from Stacy.
Objection, speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You said it's a note from Stacy.
Yes.
Why do you believe it's a note from Stacy?
She called herself Baby Joker.
Okay. And specifically in People's Exhibit 204, it referenced it's Baby Joker's fault.
Yeah.
It's like saying it's my fault if I go by that name.
Yes.
What do you believe that's written on, ma'am?
Paper towel.
Okay. And do you have paper towels in the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. In your relationship leading up to your arrest, were you able to see any handwritings from the defendant?
Objection, 702.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any concerns based on the content of that letter that that is from the defendant?
Yeah.
No?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that was written by the defendant?
Yeah.
Specifically, do you believe it deals with the situation dealing with Christopher Dickerson,
Yes.
the basis of your arrest?
Yes.
Did you receive that note while at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
You had stated that you believed it because of what it was written on as well as the content.
Yeah.
And then it's Baby Joker's fault.
Yes.
At the bottom, can you describe what it says on that?
It says flush.
Do you have toilets at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
There's also an aspect of the writing where it says, hang in there, babe. Yes?
Yeah.
Would that correspond to the type of relationship that you had as you previously described being intimate with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 204.
Any objection to 204?
Same previous objection.
All right, noting the defendant's maintained objection, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states 204, and you may publish at your discretion.
If I may also approach with 219.
219, okay.
Ma'am, do you recognize 219 as being a photograph of 204?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of the admitted exhibit now?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 219.
Any objection to 219?
Yes, Your Honor, cumulative 401, 403, it's the exact same thing.
All right. And this is just a photograph of 204, is that right?
Correct.
Can I see 204 just briefly?
May I approach?
Yes.
Would you like 219?
I just need 204 right now. All right, thank you. Given the nature of the material that 204 is written on, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence 219. And you may publish either at your discretion.
I would like to publish 204 for the jury.
All right, go ahead. Sonia, will you assist?
And then I'll display 219 on the screen.
All right, thank you.
Permission to publish 219 as the physical is being passed around.
Yes, you can.
Ma'am, while that's being published, if you could please look at what's in front of you is 220, the... Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to go over the aspects of 204 was the physical, 219 is the photocopy of it. You have that in front of you. Can you just generally, well, let me ask it this way. The initial line says, I hope you kept the same story, you ain't dumb, and then it's I-K, they're gonna trick you, but if you ain't see or do or hear anything, you're cool, you know, don't give in to they shit. Let's break that down. I hope you kept the same story. Was that the same story that we just listened to on and saw on the body-worn camera on 188 of just denying being there?
Speculation.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Can I answer?
You can answer me.
Yeah.
Okay, describe that.
She had told me to say I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I didn't know anything about it.
Okay, okay. So essentially that you guys were never there,
Yeah.
okay? And that's what you stated in 188. Is that fair to say, the body-worn camera of your arrest?
Yeah.
Okay. And so there was never any indication from this note that you were supposed to see everything, that you did something, and that you heard everything. Fair? This note is the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay? It said, hang in there, babe, you'll be out soon. I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper. Okay? What'd you take from that?
I don't know what really she meant by that.
Okay.
But maybe like not talk too
Objection,
much.
speculation.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. Well, the note says, I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper.
Again,
right?
asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. The witness can answer if that's what the note says.
Is that fair to say then she's stating, I need to not dig myself a deeper hole, and then she responds by saying, I know it's baby Joker's fault. Yes?
Yeah.
And again, has the defendant told you, or are you aware that she goes by baby Joker?
Yes.
Then the next sentence is, it probably crossed your mind to say stuff, but then you going down too. Okay? Had it crossed your mind to say stuff?
Yeah. Yes.
Had it crossed your mind multiple times?
Yes.
And in this note, it's saying if it has crossed your mind, you're going down too if you talk,
Yeah.
right? Finally, it says, don't be stupid, play dumb, it's all good, turbo muffler. Don't be dumb, play stupid. How did you take that?
Just wait, let's play dumb, just act like I didn't know anything.
Pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it's all good, turbo muffler. Can you tell us what that's about?
That was just a nickname. She would just call me that.
She would call you that. Okay. And then finally, flush.
Yeah.
It's a command or instruction, right? What to do?
Yeah.
You chose not to, right?
And Ms. Varela, it's really important that you answer yes or no out loud. We can't pick up the nods on the record.
You chose not to.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of Exhibit 220 that's in front of you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Was that a collection of other notes provided by the defendant to you?
Yes.
And does it reference in 220, that physical letter, that you had been exchanging letters with her at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, it says, I got your letter. And to be clear, that means you sent a letter to Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also believe, based on the content, the writing, and everything else, that 220 is a series of letters or a letter that you had received while at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 220.
Any objection at 220?
Yes.
All right. Can you approach with the exhibit?
Sure.
The objection and admit 220 into the record. And Mr. Prele, you may publish and proceed as appropriate. Oh, I'm sorry.
So the letter has been admitted. For time purposes, we're going to break for lunch in a minute, so I don't want to go over that just now, okay? I'm sorry for those long breaks. I then want to move forward with ultimately, in this case, did you have attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and your attorneys reach out to my office at some point for what's routinely called a proffer?
Yes.
Okay. If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 217 and provided to defense.
217, go ahead.
Correct.
Your Honor, I would renew my request for the prosecution to take down the exhibit as I mentioned at the bench.
I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry, if you requested that before, I must have missed that.
Do you recognize 217, ma'am?
Yes.
And it's 2 pages. Do you see your signature on that?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate as a copy?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 217.
Any objection to 217?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 217.
If I could approach with 218.
Sure, go ahead.
Moving much further forward, do you recognize 218 as being your plea agreement, albeit redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate copy of your plea agreement without the redactions?
Yes.
Do you recognize your signature on multiple pages?
Yes.
Do you recall that event where you would have stood in this courtroom in front of this judge?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 218.
Any objection to 218?
No objection.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 218.
Your Honor, now I think that's a logical stopping point for lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch at this time. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 2 p.m. Please rise for the jury as they leave. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 2 p.m. R2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues from either side before we bring the jury in and resume from the state?
No.
Anything from the defense?
Not that I just told, haven't already told the court in terms of scheduling.
Just about scheduling?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can go ahead and bring that jury then, and we'll get started.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
So what was the defendant's reaction once you got to Cubetta's and saw the father of your children?
She was mad. She thought that I knew he was going to be here, and she was just really upset about that.
I want to go back before we go forward. You had talked about a few things, these different parties that you had gone to, one being in Johnstown. Okay. And you had said you were drinking a little bit, but you knew you had to drive. What were you drinking?
I think I had a couple White Claws.
Okay. And then you had progressed in the story to say that Stacy was waiting on you once you got back to your mother's house and that she was wanting to go out.
Yeah,
Was that wanting to go out to the bars or somewhere else?
to the bars.
Okay. And then you had talked about then you started drinking more. Were you the only one drinking, or was Miss Rodriguez drinking as well?
She was drinking as well.
Okay. What were you guys drinking?
My sister had a Hennessy bottle, and I had asked her when I dropped her off, 'cause she didn't drink much of it, if I can buy that off of her. And some, I think it might have been White Claws, like a little 6-pack or 12-pack of those. And I bought those off of my sister. And so we were drinking that.
Okay. And by we again, that's dealing with the defendant and yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Then you go to Cubetta's and you express the fact that the defendant got angry about Javier being there.
And she was kind of already mad because I was taking long in Johnstown and it was already getting late. And so she was already feeling some type of way.
All right. So at the timing as to how long it took,
Yeah.
and then also to the fact that Javier was present at the first bar you guys go to.
Yeah.
Did you know he was going to be there?
No.
Okay. All right. Progress from there. Tell us what happened.
We were at Cubetta's. It didn't seem very long. And we were just drinking. And I remember when it was closing, we were just kind of asking people around if there was any after parties. And so we get in the car and we still have the Hennessy bottle and we're drinking that. And she's driving and we're kind of going around, just driving around the bar, and everybody's just kind of hectic and stuff. And that's when she sees Christopher and he's walking, and she tells me, should we ask him if he knows any after parties? And I was like, sure. So she rolls down her window and asks him, like, do you know if there's any after parties going around? And he was like, no, but I have beer.
Objection, hearsay.
Braley, go ahead and continue.
Ma'am, as to the discussion with Mr. Dickerson, to be clear, prior to that point in life, had you ever met Christopher Dickerson?
No.
Okay. If we could publish People's Exhibit 88. Ma'am, we have a Malibu, and would that be Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had just described that the windows rolled down, that there's this discussion that happens about an after party.
Yeah.
And asking specifically him for one.
Mm-hmm.
And based on his response, what effect did that have on you to actually go to his residence?
He said he had beer and drinks at his house, so that's when we decided to go.
Okay. To go back in this conversation, who initiated this conversation about an after party?
Stacy.
Okay. So Stacy asked Chris to go to an after party.
Yeah.
Okay. And Stacy was asking you about trying to find an after party.
Yeah.
So under any circumstance, did Mr. Dickerson walk by and say, hey, girls, you want to come to my house without you guys ever talking to him?
No.
Okay. All right. So after Stacy, the defendant, asked Christopher about the after party and gives his place, or how did that progress? Tell us.
He said that he parked down the street and if we wanted to follow him to his house. And so that's what we did.
Okay. And so at that point, are you just watching him, like walk? Like to where he's parked, I guess?
I don't really remember watching him, but yeah, she kind of drove to follow him where his car was parked.
Okay. So for example, if we could show People's Exhibit 90. Ma'am, this was taken right outside the Rio, and you can see that was Mr. Dickerson walking. And then in 91, it's been discussed that there's a reflection up in the windows of the Chevy Silver Malibu. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Does that look right?
Yeah.
Okay. So after that, do you ultimately then follow him to his place?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it from there. Describe what happens once you get back to his place.
We go inside and I remember him having Budweiser and I didn't really drink beer and I did have a couple Budweisers there and I remember his dog being there and we sat on the couch and we were just kind of making small talk. I remember he was getting a lot of phone calls and somebody that he had seen at the bar, or his friend or something, was asking him to pick her up, to give her a ride. And I think at first he was kind of denying the phone calls and he was on the phone with her at one point and he kind of asked us like if it was okay if we can go pick her up. And we were like, yeah. And so we were just kind of trying to figure out what car to go in. And it seemed okay at first. I do remember when I was sitting there, I texted my sister and I sent her.
I'll allow the witness to continue to answer.
I texted my sister while we were sitting on the couch and I just sent her a quick picture. And I was like, oh my gosh, we're at some random guy's house. I keep my location on. And I was like, and I have to tell you something. And that was gonna be like my kid's dad was at the bar and stuff. And she's like, okay.
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Peralta.
It's context for the other side of the conversation.
It's still
All
hearsay.
right. It doesn't sound like it's for the truth of the matter asserted, so I'll overrule the objection. The witness can continue.
You can answer, man.
And so she was like, okay, be careful. And I got to tell you something too. And I was like, okay. And so after, I was after that, that's when he was getting the phone calls or maybe during. And so we were trying to figure out what car to go in. And so when we had first got there, Stacy parked in the driveway. And so we ended up, we were going to take his car. So I went out to move the car. And then I went back into the garage and we got in his car and me and Stacy sat in the back and he was driving.
Let me go through some of that. I appreciate you going through that. When you first go in, you said there was some small talk. Mm-hmm. Generally, what are you guys discussing?
I do remember at one point we were outside and in the backyard and I don't know if it was before or after when we came back. I'm pretty sure it was before. And we were just talking about JBS and like working. And I remember him saying that he had an interview or something about his work going on. And so, but I do remember that, he was asking me the questions and, Stacy would kind of be like, oh, well, I work at JBS. And he was still kind of turning the conversation towards me. Okay. I noticed that, and so I was kind of trying to bring her in the conversation too, so she wasn't, wouldn't get mad or anything. And
So he was showing more attention to you than the defendant.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you're not really a drinker of beer, but that there were Budweisers.
Yeah.
Now, to be very clear, there's different types of Budweiser products. There's like Bud Light or there's like Budweiser, sometimes called Bud Heavy, right? Which ones do you think it was, if you remember?
I just remember it said Budweiser, and it was a dark bottle.
Okay.
It was glass bottle.
A dark bottle. Okay. And then you had discussed his dog. What do you recall about his dog?
His dog was really happy.
401, 403.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
What color was it?
He was white.
Okay. Said the dog was happy?
Yeah, when he got home.
Okay. And then in terms of that time period, you said that he kept getting calls or something from a friend, and then that progressed to picking that person up.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to outline this time period that you've just discussed. I mean, you're at this individual's house that you've never met before. You're introducing each other essentially, and you guys are drinking.
Yeah.
Is everybody drinking?
Yeah.
Okay. And during this initial encounter, who is Chris giving his attention to?
Mostly me.
Okay. Then there's the discussion of this friend ultimately in going to pick her up. You had transitioned that to then it came down to who was going to drive,
Yeah.
right? And so in order for Chris to drive, the Malibu had to be moved, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was it moved to?
In front of his house, like on the street.
Okay. During this time period leading up to this, had Mr. Dickerson ever been violent towards either you or the defendant?
No.
Okay. Had Mr. Dickerson ever sexually assaulted you or the defendant during any encounter of this?
He did slap my butt twice
Okay.
during, like when I would just stand up, he was just kind of like, it seemed like if he was just too happy, like really, just too over, just.
So to be clear, during this initial time, Mr. Dickerson did touch your butt.
Yeah.
And did you take that in a very overtly sexual way?
No. I mean, I was just kind of more scared of Stacy seeing, because I didn't want her to.
Objection.
What's the objection?
404B.
All right, I'll overrule.
404.
I'm sorry?
404B, A and B.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
Okay. Well, you can answer, number one. Go ahead.
I was just kind of more nervous, like scared that Stacy was going to see that and get mad.
Okay. Did you view this as like a massive event or a minor event at the time?
Just minor.
Okay.
You know.
And ultimately, then, does this trip to go pick up the friend happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Describe, you had stated that you guys both sit in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why'd you guys both sit in the back of the car?
I didn't want to sit in the front, and I don't know if I don't know why she sat in the back. I think it was just more, I don't know.
Okay. Why didn't you want to sit in the front?
'Cause I don't know. Maybe it's because I didn't know him.
I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
I
You didn't know him.
Yeah.
Did you also know that you guys were going to pick someone up?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know the person that you were going to pick up?
No.
Okay. Do you recall who you actually picked up?
No.
Can you describe them just generally as a person?
I know it was a female, and she had a lot of stuff. And when she was getting in the car, she was just kind of throwing her bags in the car, like big duffel bags. And she just was kind of like really kind of loud and just, you know.
Can you give any other descriptors of her? I mean, was she short, tall?
I didn't really see her because when she got in the car, her bags were like on us, like she was throwing them in the back seat. And I honestly didn't really look at her to see how she really looked.
Okay. Tell us about that ride. What was it like? Were you guys talking, or was there music playing?
Yeah, it was fun because he had a system, and, you know, we were kind of he was just playing music and driving. We weren't really talking because the music was loud, and we were drinking. I think I had my beer, or I had something with me, I'm pretty sure. Okay. And so, I mean, it was fun, you know.
Okay. So when you're talking a system, just for clarifications, are you referring to like a speaker system, like with subwoofers?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And so it'd be pretty difficult to have a meaningful conversation with that kind of bass.
Yeah.
Okay. You had said it was fun and you were drinking. Mm-hmm. From what you could see, was the defendant drinking as well?
Yeah.
Did she ever say anything to you to indicate that it wasn't fun for her?
No.
Okay. All right. Ultimately, you said you do go pick up this female. There were bags. You put them in. Where do you go after that?
He dropped her off. I don't know where. I don't remember where he picked her up or where he dropped her off.
Okay. But a pickup happened, a drop-off happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys, again, are still in the back drinking.
Yeah.
Okay. After she is dropped off, where do you guys go?
We go back to his house.
Okay. Describe what happens once you get back to the house.
That's kind of when we started drinking more, and he brought out a bottle, and it was clear. It was probably like this, a pretty good sized bottle. And so he was pouring the shots, and that's when we kind of started just drinking more heavily.
You had motioned approximately a foot. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Like a larger container? Mm-hmm. And what type of alcohol, if you recall, was it? You had said clear.
Yeah, I know it was vodka.
Okay.
I don't remember the name.
Okay. At that point, though, the drinking had escalated.
Yeah.
Okay. Describe how that was happening. Who was providing the drinks? Who was taking the drinks? Anything going on, if you can just state it.
At first, he was the one that was pouring us the shots, and it was pretty good size cups. They weren't normal shot cups. And yeah, and so we were just kind of just there, and I think he had music playing, and, you know, just kind of talking. And then at one point, I remember Stacy starts pouring the drinks or the shots, and she was giving him full cups. And I remember her putting water. I don't know if I actually saw her putting the water, but mine tasted like it wasn't strong, and ours was like just a little bit.
Okay. So I want to go back through some of that. You said Chris was initially pouring the shots, and then you clarified that when we're talking, we're not talking like shot glasses. Mm-hmm. These are actually in cups.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were taking those that you saw Chris had poured.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point, it transitioned into the defendant was pouring the drinks. Mm-hmm. And you recall that yours then began tasting different.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had mentioned water. Why do you believe water was involved?
Because it didn't really taste like alcohol. And I remember she was in the kitchen when she was doing them, so I just kind of assumed that it was water.
Okay. And was Mr. Dickerson finishing those bigger cups that were described?
Yeah, and she was kind of like, let's take another shot, like cheering him on, and, and it was just kind of like, and like making it like a party kind of.
So there was encouragement for Mr. Dickerson to drink more.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe at that point, what was the level of your intoxication?
I would say I was pretty drunk, but not to the point where I was like blacked out.
Okay.
And I still I knew my limits, and I wasn't wanting to over drink, I guess, because I was at somebody's house I didn't know, and so I didn't want to
Okay. What would you describe Mr. Dickerson's level of intoxication at that point?
He was getting really drunk. He was starting to like kind of stumble, and I don't know if I remember him slurring his words, but he was definitely stumbling around.
Okay. So by stumbling around, didn't look very coordinated.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the defendant's level of intoxication?
She seemed drunk also. I could tell on her face because she would make like a certain face when she was really drunk, and when she would be on her phone, like her face would just be different than normal. That's how I would always tell them when she was drunk.
Okay. And so at that point, after this alcohol was going around and there were the varieties of these drinks being poured, you noticed all these levels of intoxication. Can you describe for the jury then what happened after this in terms of what you saw and what you heard?
I do remember at one point of the night, I didn't notice this before we had left, but I noticed it when we came back. In his kitchen, he had a table and a bunch of papers, and there was this thing, and it had white tape wrapped around it, and that ended up being the murder weapon. And I noticed it, and I was kind of like, I didn't notice it before. I mean, it could have been there. I don't know, but I kind of got scared, and I showed Stacy. I was like, look, like it was just out on, and it reminded me of a knife sharpener, and so it was just laying on top of his papers. And then at one point in the night, I remember he went outside in the front to let his dog out, and Stacy was out there with him. I think she was smoking a cigarette. And I remember going back into the kitchen and putting just papers on top of that thing, because I don't know why I did that. And then I stood inside, and I was standing in the doorway just so like he wouldn't think I was, looking around in his things and stuff. And yeah, I remember that point.
Okay, you had seen this item and it had a white tape or a handle on it, and you said it looked like a knife sharpener.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you saw it out on that table by the papers, and you saw it and you got scared.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you get scared?
I don't know. I mean, maybe because it was just unusual, something I never, like if it was a knife sharpener, it would be in the drawer. I mean, I would think it was just odd to me to see that.
Okay. You see it. I want to be clear. Had Mr. Dickerson ever held that object in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Had there ever been discussion with Mr. Dickerson about that object in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Had he threatened or discussed it at any point during that night?
No.
Okay. You simply saw it.
Yeah.
But you shared that information.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
But you shared that information with the defendant.
Yeah.
Okay. And so at that point, do you have personal knowledge that she knew specifically of that item that you've described?
Yeah.
Okay. You stated the victim and the defendant went outside to smoke.
Yeah.
Approximately how long was that?
I don't think very long. I mean, maybe a couple minutes.
Okay. And then can you describe, once they returned inside, any progression that would have happened that night in terms of an argument?
Yeah. It had to been soon after they came back inside. We were in the living room, and I remember they just started arguing, and I don't remember what it was about. I don't remember kind of, like what exact words were being said, but I do remember Stacy was up against the wall, and Christopher was just kind of like over her and just kind of like bearing over her. And I remember kind of like stepping in, like wanting to like get him off of her. And that's when she pushed him. She pushed him off of her. And I think he fell, he stumbled and got back up, and he started yelling. And I remember him just saying to get out of my house. And that's all I remember saying, or him saying. At one point, she pushed him on the couch and grabbed a beer bottle and wanted to hit him with it. And I told her, no, like, let's just leave. We could just leave, And she just looked at me and threw the beer bottle. And then she grabbed another one and threw it again on his face. And I just remember him just laying there, and it was just kind of like, he was just kind of bleeding. And she grabbed another one and threw it again at him on his face. And at this point, she's on top of him, like with her like knees, like using her weight on top of him. And then she tells me, she goes, go get that thing. And so I went and I just grabbed it and I just gave it to her. And then she tells me, go to the other room in the kitchen. And so I went to the kitchen, and that's when I started hearing her stab him. And that's when I realized what she was doing. I just remember hearing, like, it sounded like rubber and bone. And I remember thinking, like, I should leave through the garage. And then she calls me into the room. So I go in there, and she tells me, look. And he was just bleeding. And I remember him, like, trying to say something. It was like gargle with blood, and his neck was just bleeding. And she tells me, go back into the kitchen. And so I did. And I just heard the noise again. And then she comes into the kitchen and she's like, look. And it was broken. Her face was just like lit up. Like she was just so happy. And I remember thinking at that very moment, like, I can't show no fear. And she starts going through the drawers in the kitchen. And she gets a knife. And she goes back. And I don't know if she tried to stab him again. But
All right, Cheryl, are you set up there? Okay. The court is back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our afternoon recess, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Anything from the state before we resume?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense before we resume?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. If we'll bring the jury in and we'll get started. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Praley, the state may resume.
Thank you. Ma'am, when I last asked a question, it was dealing with when the defendant and the victim were outside smoking, and then you would talk that they came in, and ultimately, as time had progressed, there was an argument.
Yeah.
I believe you said you couldn't make out specifics in terms of that, but do you recall the general nature of it?
I just remember them arguing and yelling and him just kind of hovering over her.
Okay. And did you hear that same argument outside, or was all that inside?
It was all inside.
Okay. And so at that point, where are you?
I'm kind of standing by the TV, and they're like up against the wall, like kind of right by the entrance of going into the kitchen.
Okay.
And so I'm kind of like more in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And you had stated that he was hovering over her. Was he physically touching her?
No, not that I've seen, not that I saw.
I mean, did you see his arms on her, shaking her in any way?
No,
Did you see his arms punching her in any way?
no,
Do you recall, was Chris short or tall?
he was tall.
Okay. And was he tall and heavy, or was he tall and skinny?
He was tall and skinny.
Okay. In comparison to the defendant, is she much shorter?
Yes,
Who is heavier?
Stacy,
By a little or by a lot?
by a lot.
Okay. And so at that point, you saw him hovering over her, looking down on her.
Yes,
Okay. To the best of your recollection, did he ever say anything that he was going to harm her or that he was going to kill her when he is above her?
no,
Okay. And ultimately, you had discussed at that point, you could see, I guess, conflict was arising.
yeah,
Yes. You had stated Stacy pushed him.
yes.
So, to the best of your recollection, who was the person who first had physical contact with the other person? Did Stacy touch Chris first, or did Chris touch Stacy first?
Stacy touched Chris first.
Okay. You had said she pushed him. Describe that for the jury.
She just pushed him off of her.
Okay. And to be clear, you have you've pushed both hands outwards.
Yeah,
Okay, so What was the reaction of Chris at that point?
That's when I remember him just start yelling, "Get out of my house, get out of my house."
Okay. And do you think she pushed him a little bit? Was he far away at that point? Can you describe it?
I think he had fell and more closer to where I was, and he had gotten back up and was just saying, "Get out of my house."
Okay.
But she did push him pretty far.
Okay. And so when he's pushed back and had fallen, it was clear that he was asking you and the defendant out of his house.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, you had discussed going in this house. Was anything preventing you from doing that, from leaving?
No.
Okay. Was Mr. Dickerson blocking the door?
No.
Did Mr. Dickerson have anything in his hands at that point?
No.
Did he have any kind of weapon around him whatsoever?
No.
So when he asked both you and the defendant out of the house, was there anything, and I mean anything, preventing both of you from leaving?
No.
Then we talked, or you talked about this progression. Was there's the push, there's the request to leave, and then you had discussed a beer bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Can you outline that again for the jury?
I remember her pushing him again on the couch, and he didn't have his glasses on, and she grabbed the beer bottle, and that's when I was like, "No, let's just go, let's just leave." And she just looked at me and threw the beer bottle, and she grabbed another one, and this time hit it on his face, and he's just kind of moving and kind of not really speaking. And then she grabbed another beer bottle and threw it against his face again.
Okay. So started with push, request to leave, throwing of the first beer bottle, smashing of the second, smashing of the third. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe Chris again during this point. Does he have anything in his hands at this point?
No.
Okay, you said well, describe his movement.
He was just kind of laying there and was just kind of moving back and forth. I believe he was still saying to get out of my house. That's all I remember him, like that was echoing in my mind. And she was using her weight. She would do that a lot.
Okay.
And
Objection, Your Honor. 404A and 404B.
All right, I will overrule the objection. The witness's answer can stand.
You can answer, ma'am.
she was using her weight and on him and was holding him down, I believe, with one knee. She was kind of on and off the couch. And yeah, and he was just bleeding a little bit. Just
Okay. At that point, when you had discussed this positioning that she was putting his weight on him with the knee, was there anything preventing her from taking her knee off and walking out that door?
no,
Was there anything that prevented her from taking her knee off, from walking out that front door and driving away?
no,
Did Chris ever say or threaten to follow you?
no,
Throughout this time period, was Chris asking for you guys to leave?
yes,
You had also mentioned that you were suggesting that you guys should leave.
yes,
Why?
because it didn't need to get to that extent.
Okay. And when there was this positioning and this progression, number one, do you think a beer bottle needed to even be used on his head?
No,
Okay. Had he ever thrown a beer bottle at you or Miss Rodriguez?
no,
After that progression of the throwing of the first beer bottle, the smashing of the second, the smashing on the third, you had said you noticed blood.
yeah.
Okay. Describe it. Where was it?
It was just kind of like on his face, Just kind of, it wasn't a lot of blood, but I just noticed it was just little splatters on his face.
Okay. And then at the point of her putting her weight on the victim, is that when she asked for the weapon?
Yes.
Are you confident of that?
Yes.
And did you follow that request?
Yes.
Describe where you were initially when that request happened, and then where you went to get the weapon.
I was just kind of standing there by the arm of the couch, and when she told me to go get that thing, I went into the kitchen, and where I put it, or I put papers on top of it, I grabbed it, and I went and I handed it to her.
Okay. Can you approximate how long that took?
Not long. I mean, probably a couple seconds.
Okay. During that time period, was there anything preventing you guys from leaving?
No.
Did you actually hand the defendant that item that you had talked about that looked like the knife sharpener that had the white tape or handle?
Yes.
When you handed it to her, what did you do next?
She told me to go into the kitchen.
Okay. So to be clear, when you handed it to her, she didn't immediately start stabbing him.
No.
She was able to tell you something,
Yes.
and you listened.
Yes.
And what was Chris doing during this same time period when you went to go get the weapon, you came back, and then you were told to go near the kitchen?
He was just laying there. I don't really remember him trying to fight his way up, but like just with her weight, he was just kind of moving and kind of out of it a little bit after the beer bottles.
Okay. Like in a daze?
Yeah.
Did he seem to still be conscious?
Yeah.
Okay, but not moving a ton?
Mm-mm.
Not flailing around?
No.
Okay. Not dramatic movements
No.
where his body would alter from one second to the other?
Yeah, no.
Relatively stationary?
Objection leading. This entire.
All right, I'm sorry, I'll sustain that objection, Mr. Fraley, if you'll rephrase.
Was he relatively stationary?
Yes, he was in one spot.
Okay. And then after you handed the weapon and went to the other room, describe again what you heard.
Objection, this has been testified to. At this point, it's improper under 403.
Give me just a second. All right. Can the parties approach?
So, ma'am, at this point, are you hearing the stabbing rather than seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, and you had described that aspect of rubber and bone. Where are you located?
In the kitchen. I think I was standing by the sink, like in front of the sink. My back was leaning on the sink, the cabinet.
Okay. Would you have had a line of sight to see the stabbing then?
No.
Okay. You had mentioned before the break that you were thinking you should leave and you were wondering about going out the garage. What was going through your mind at that point and why?
I just remember thinking that I should leave and go through the garage, but I didn't know how to open it. And I don't remember thinking anything else. That was just one of my main thoughts.
Okay. Before the break, you had talked about being called back into the room. And then at that point, are you actually able to see?
Yes.
Okay. You had talked about both your sense of sight that he was bleeding and then hearing this gargle.
Yeah.
Can you describe the gargle more?
It reminded me of my dad.
401 and 403.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer, ma'am.
It reminded me of my dad. When he was passing, he had that like a gargle sound to it, but you know what I was seeing was that he was gargling on his blood, and yeah.
Was it obvious that Mr. Dickerson was struggling
Yes.
and severely injured?
Yes.
Ultimately, you said you went back to this kitchen
Yeah.
and you generally heard the noise again.
Yes.
So at times you're transitioning from seeing to hearing.
Yes.
Fair? And then there was a discussion of the weapon being broken and that being shown to you.
Yeah.
Can you describe that in more detail of what was shown, what it looked like at that point?
When she walked in, she said, "Look," and she was just holding the bottom piece of the weapon, so the white part, the white taped part, and her face was just glowing, like she was just more excited about it.
So the weapon you had seen, I guess, on the initial counter that you, earlier in the night, it was very different now.
Yes.
Okay. Where was Mr. Dickerson laying, on the floor or somewhere else at that point?
When she came into the kitchen, I don't know where he was, if he was still on the couch or on the floor. But she started looking through the cabinets and grabbed a knife and went back into the living room. And I didn't hear the same sound that I was hearing before, but I started hearing like noise. And so I went into the living room and I saw that he was on the floor now.
Okay. And on the previous aspects, when you were talking about her putting her weight on him, where was Mr. Dickerson and where was the defendant at that point?
They were on the couch.
Okay. And so that was on the couch. And so was he laying across it or was he generally sitting? Or describe that.
His head was like where the armrest was at the edge of the couch, and his head was kind of like on that, and his body was just all laying on the couch.
Okay. You had talked about that knife, but you don't hear the same sounds afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Ultimately, when you go back in, was Mr. Dickerson on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. You had previously testified that the defendant starts looking through his pockets.
Yes.
At this point, did the victim seem like what was he doing?
He was just laying there. I just remember blood, and I mean, he wasn't moving. He was just laying there.
Okay. And that's when specifically the defendant starts going through his pockets.
Yes.
Did you see anything taken from his pockets?
I don't know if I seen her take anything at that moment, but I do know that she took 2 of his phones and his wallet,
Okay,
which I'm assuming were in his pocket.
okay. And then you had stated afterwards that she went into his room.
Yes.
Where are you at this point?
I'm kind of just standing where the kitchen and the living room were. And when she went in there, I followed her in there.
Okay. Describe that inside that room.
I remember it as kind of like a fog. Like it was just a lot going on, and she's just taking everything down from his closet, clothes and stuff from up top, and then she's putting it on the bed. And I remember walking around the bed and I seen that gun, and I kind of just showed it to her, and she's just going through all his drawers and looking at everything.
Okay. And then you had been asked to go back out and watch.
Yes.
You had talked about Mr. Dickerson's stomach rising and then stopping.
Yes.
Okay. Was that the last, like, physical observation of him, really, that you had?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Now that you've described how he was murdered until you believe he took his last breath, okay?
Yeah.
During any of that time that he was alive, minus what you've discussed of being touched on your butt on 2 occasions, is that fair?
Yeah.
Was he ever physically touching you in any other way?
No.
Was he ever physically touching the defendant in any way?
No.
To your knowledge, in the entire night, based on what you saw, what you heard, did you ever see Christopher Dickerson hurt or have physical contact with the defendant?
No.
Ma'am, do you believe, for your own protection, it was necessary that a weapon be used on him?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
Ma'am, as it pertains to Mr. Dickerson's actions that night, did he ever state that he was going to do something immediately after that never occurred? For example, did he say, "I'm going to kill you guys"?
No.
Even without that statement, did you ever believe he was going to kill you?
No.
If I could add one more.
Sure.
All right. Ma'am, going back to that aspect in the room after Chris, you believed he was dead at that point, right?
Yeah.
You said there was this taking of all the stuff out of the closet. And ultimately, was a backpack used or a discussion about a backpack, I guess, in your...
Yeah, and I remember her giving me gloves too. They were like work gloves. I don't remember if I actually wore them, but yeah, she gave me a backpack and it was full of stuff and she was putting stuff in it. And that's when she told me to go to the car with the backpack.
Okay. And so you left with some stuff,
Yes.
fair, that was handed to you.
Yeah.
Fast forwarding to later, you had mentioned that there were phones. Was there also a ring?
Yes.
Can you describe the ring?
I just remember it being just like a wedding ring. I mean,
Okay. As you're waiting out in the car, you had said that you're waiting there for a while and you wanted to call your sister. Ultimately, you didn't call your sister.
no,
You also didn't call 911.
no.
And then at some point, did the defendant come out of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Did she sprint out in a panic or did she walk up to the car?
She just walked to the car.
You then discussed that you were given directions as to where to go, and ultimately you went by a gas station.
Yes.
To the best of your memory, where was that gas station, or what area was this in?
On 23rd, across from, right under the bridge of the Highway 34.
Okay. So if we were able to, I guess, detail an aerial, Highway 34, pretty common here in Greeley, right?
Yeah.
And then 23rd Avenue?
Yeah.
Okay. At that point, you had stated your role was to pay for the gas.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated it was with $1.
Yes.
Was that like $1 cash, or was that like you used a credit card?
It was a dollar bill.
Okay. And ultimately, do you believe that a bottle of, or bottles of gas were filled up?
Yeah, 2 bottles.
Okay. Ultimately, you went back to the scene.
Yes.
Did you actually go in?
No.
Okay. So do you know anything that the defendant did inside that residence when you go back that second time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what was used or what wasn't used?
No.
Okay. You just sit out in the car and wait.
Yes.
After she comes back out, can you describe where you went, what you did?
I just started driving, and she told me to go back to her brother's house so she could switch out the cars to her car, the Tahoe. So I did that, and we switched cars, and so now we're in her Tahoe.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
I don't know. She just told me she wanted to switch cars.
Okay. Can you describe then, after that event, after October 3rd, and the days and weeks leading up to it, or to your arrest, without going into specifics, how was your general relationship with the defendant?
I mean, her abuse got worse.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Can the parties approach? Court will strike the witness's last answer, and Mr. Perelia, you may proceed.
If I could have a moment.
Sure.
All right. All right. Ma'am, after this event, did you continue in your relationship with Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, I'm just asking in general, were there ups and downs during this time?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a discussion at some point after you had left Chris's house, after you had seen him deceased, after the second trip there, where you spoke to the defendant about what she did to Chris and why she did it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you generally outline that for the jury?
I had asked her, one of my questions was, why did she move him from the couch to the floor? And she told me to make it look like a self-defense. And I had asked her, when did she know that she wanted to kill him? And she told me when we were in the car, picking up his friend.
And to be clear, in the sequence of events, Mr. Dickerson touching your butt was prior to that trip to go pick up Miss Vigil.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any discussion as to why you'd burn the house?
She said because a burnt body will take longer to identify.
Okay. I want to republish People's Exhibit 205. If I could approach. That'd be easier for you.
Yes, go ahead.
to show you what's previously been admitted as Exhibits 205 and 208, and to direct you that this text would have been sent, or this conversation was on November 2nd, 2021. Okay.
Yep.
Do you recognize that man?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a conversation you were having with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you explain at the top of that, this aspect of you not taking the ring off?
She just wanted me to wear the ring that she had bought me.
Okay.
And so,
And to be clear, this is a different ring than what had been taken from Mr. Dickerson.
yes.
Okay. What ring had been given to you?
She had got me a crown ring.
Okay. What's a crown ring?
Like it was had a crown on it.
Okay. And can you approximate when that ring was initially given to you?
It was in April of 2021.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I know you don't have all of the context here, but at the bottom of that, there's the aspect that I'll kill a MF for you like 6 feet under. You recognize that?
Yes.
How did you interpret that?
Just her being overprotective, I guess.
Okay. And stating she'll kill someone for you?
Yeah.
At any point, did you think these were Eminem lyrics or Billie Eilish lyrics or whoever else obscurely writes about this stuff?
No.
Okay. At any point, do you see anything where you're asking about your favorite songs or her favorite songs?
No.
Okay. If I could approach and grab that from you. Also, I'm handing you what's been conditionally admitted as People's Exhibit 212. I want you to take a moment and look at that. I'm also going to approach with 136.
136, okay.
You can keep reading and reviewing both. Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes.
First, dealing with the photograph, which is People's Trial Exhibit 136. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And do you see yourself in that?
Yes.
And do you see the defendant?
Yes.
And could you simply state the name of the other party in that?
Kayleen, but I think he goes by Isaiah now.
Okay. And would that be from October 15th and 16th, like going into that time period?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be several days, weeks after the homicide then?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission.
Any objection to 136?
Yes, 401, and based on the previous court's ruling.
All right, court will overrule the objection and admit into evidence 136.
Ma'am, as to Exhibit 212. At the time of the homicide and then until the date of your arrest, what type of phone did you have?
An iPhone?
Okay. And as part of your iPhone, did it have the capability of making notes?
Yes.
Is that simply on the phone where you can type notes and then write whether a note of things to do or a diary?
Yeah, it was an app that was already on the phone,
Okay.
and you could just write your grocery list or kind of anything in it.
How did you use your notes section in your phone?
I used it, I guess, as a diary, I would say.
Okay. And in the days and weeks after the homicide, did you write several notes that are contained on Exhibit 212?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review these?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes.
Do they contain your notes to others if you are to pass? Like if you're to die?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, does it reference if other people are reading this, that means you're gone?
Yes.
Okay. And that would include notes to Javier,
Yes.
to Stacy,
Yes.
to your sister Hannah,
Yes.
your mother,
Yes.
your children.
Yeah.
Why were you writing these?
Your Honor, objection. Can I approach?
Sure.
All right, ma'am, I just want typically yes or no answers, okay?
Okay.
All of these were written by you, fair to say, after October 3rd until the time of your arrest on November 11th,
Yes.
okay? And therefore, during those times, you know that you could be getting looked at during an investigation,
Yes.
okay? Are you writing these, are you sending these to anyone, or are you specifically writing them and keeping them in your own phone?
I'm keeping them in my own phone.
Okay. Were you, simple yes or no answer, okay? Were you scared to leave the defendant during this time period?
Yes.
Specifically, did you reference in multiple places in these notes that you had witnessed a killing that happened on October 3rd?
Yes.
If I could have one moment.
Sure.
Ma'am, I skipped a whole section of my outline. In the days and weeks after the homicide, ultimately, you had previously spoken about a trip to Walmart for items.
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
I don't know how soon after it was. I'm assuming maybe a couple days. We had went to Walmart, and I had gotten some hygiene stuff, and I remember her wanting to use one of the Walmart gift cards that she found in Christopher's stuff. We had gotten a bucket and bleach, and I think some gloves, like latex gloves. She had paid for that on his card, and I paid for my stuff, my hygiene stuff, on my own.
Okay. And then where did you go after the trip to Walmart?
We were staying at a trailer that her mom owned.
Okay.
So after that, after October 3rd, that was our primary spot.
All right. Tell us, how did that happen? When you guys are at this trailer, whose trailer was it again?
Her mom's, I believe.
Where is that at?
On the north side of Greeley. I forgot the name. Maybe the Villa. I forgot the name of the trailers.
Okay.
But
Okay. And ultimately, then after you get back with the supplies, with the bleach, the bucket, what do you do? What does she do, to your knowledge?
she just started laying everything out on the bed, and at this point, I was just over it, and I didn't care to help. I didn't care what she was gonna do to me, and so I think that kind of was getting her more mad. She's allergic to bleach, and she wanted me to pour the bleach, wanted me to put everything in there, and I just wasn't participating in it. I didn't.
Okay. At that point, did you help with any of that?
No, I remember just seeing everything laid out, and I was just there, just watching her.
Okay. And then what happened after in terms of disposal of any of this?
Probably a couple weeks or a week after that, she burnt all of the stuff. She made a little bonfire. I remember that night. Well, throughout the week, she kept saying, "We got to get rid of the stuff. We got to get rid of the stuff." And I just wasn't, doing anything, or wasn't like, "Okay, well, let's do it." And so she's like, "Well, I'm gonna burn it." And so I remember that night, I left and I went to the gas station, and I was drinking, and I bought me a soda and some snacks, and I try to just drive to take my time on going back. And when I went back, she had already had the fire going, and it just smelled like chemicals. I remember it smelling like chemicals. And I went back into the trailer, and she was just mad and came in and slammed the door, went back out there, and I don't know what she did with the ashes. I don't know. She never told me.
Okay. Now, ma'am, we published the proffer letter, and we had dealt with generally, you went through a long interview, fair to say?
Yeah.
Where you were asked questions by Detective Burrows, you provided your story.
Yes.
Fair? And then after that, ma'am, again, you were going through your own case connected to this one.
Yes.
Fair? You have in front of you that Exhibit 218, that's specifically your plea agreement.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
In that plea agreement, you noted that you waived a factual basis, but ultimately you pled to first-degree arson, tampering with a deceased body, and that you were an accessory to the crime of murder in the first degree.
Yes.
Okay. At any point in this case, were you promised anything by the district attorney's office other than what is agreed to in that plea agreement?
No.
Okay. And specifically, that contains that you were going to be sentenced between 16 and 32 years in Department of Corrections.
Yes.
How many years were you sentenced to, ma'am?
32.
And as part of that, there's an agreement by my office, and specifically me, that if you testify truthfully, that it may be reconsidered and that we wouldn't object to the untimeliness of that, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you had lawyers involved in this process, right?
Yes.
And contained in that, it says that ultimately, all of this deals on the truthfulness and completeness of the testimony that's provided.
Yes.
Are you testifying truthfully today?
Yes.
Are you testifying to everything you know today?
This is bolstering.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
sir. You had lawyers involved in your entire process, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Who were your lawyers?
Habla and Keith.
Okay. Would that be Havila Lilly and
Yes.
Keith Coleman?
Yes.
And who is your investigator?
Michael.
Okay. You know his last name? Hodgkins?
Okay, yeah. I forgot.
Okay. At any time, did they coach you or tell you, you got to testify this way
Objection.
to testify to here today?
No.
Okay. And prior to your proffer, you had been receiving some discovery, right? Police reports, media, things like that.
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that at the beginning of your proffer, you had discussed what you had seen and what you hadn't seen?
Yes.
And that was up to sub 65 at that time.
Objection leading.
I will sustain the objection.
Do you recall saying that that was up to 65?
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, the other events that you are testifying to, specifically, I'm asking, even if you read about it, would you testify as to what you read about, or are you testifying as to what you believe happened?
I testified on what I remembered and off of what I remembered, not what I saw.
Okay. And today in court, are you testifying as to what you read or what you previously said, or are you testifying to this jury what you believe actually happened?
What I believe happened.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I have a moment to set up, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I please approach her? Can the deputies hand me what she has in terms of exhibits?
And I'm sorry, you said the exhibits that are on there?
Whatever, she has a bunch of exhibits on her, the witness stand. If I could.
Sure, if you can collect those, please.
Thank you. Can I approach the exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Varela, I want to start this afternoon by talking about prosecution's exhibits 204 and 220. So to reference or help reference you, 204 is the letter that we saw on the paper towel that says flush, right?
Yeah.
And then 220 is this big yellow one, right? Sorry, can you say yes or no, please?
Yes.
Now, neither of these letters have any dates on them, right?
Yes.
And you provided both of these to your lawyers, correct? I'm sorry, you need to say yes or no, please.
Yes.
In fact,
Ms. Varela, it's really, really hard to hear you. Can you speak up just a little bit, please?
is that a yes?
Yes.
In fact, in 220, we actually see they were delivered to Detective Burrows. It says his name on it, right?
Yeah.
And it has your lawyer's law firm, Bruno Lilly Legal, at the top left corner of the envelope, right?
Yes.
And according to you, these letters were sort of sent to you at the Weld County Jail, right?
Yes.
And you were at the jail for what, a couple years, right?
Yes.
You're aware that obviously the Weld County Jail is staffed with deputies 24/7 a day.
Yes.
Deputies that are there to help with any concerns that you have,
Yes.
in part, right?
Yes.
And you also knew that while you were at the jail, you weren't supposed to be having any kind of communication with Miss Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
In fact, there was something called a keep-sep between you two.
Yes.
And never once did you, before your proffer on June 8th, 2022, ever approach a single deputy and tell them, hey, my co-defendant in a first-degree murder case is trying to contact me through these letters.
I told my lawyer that day that they moved me back into the pod with her.
That wasn't my question. My question was that never did you reach out to any of the deputies who are staffed at that jail 24/7 a day and say, hey, deputy, this is a problem.
Not the deputies, no, my lawyer.
And then your lawyer never mentioned it to anyone either until after your proffer, right? Or
I don't
during your
know.
proffer, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were at your proffer on June 8th, 2022, right?
Yes.
And you were there when she brought up, Miss Lily, who's sitting right over there in this courtroom, hey, Detective Burrows, we also have this for you, right?
Yes.
And then that ultimately, these purported letters that are from allegedly from Miss Rodriguez weren't even given to him on that day out front of you.
The detectives?
Right, you didn't witness Miss Lily hand Detective Burrows this envelope during your proffer.
No.
And let's call a spade, right? Like you gave those to your lawyer saying, hey, this may help my case, right?
I was just, no, not necessarily help my case.
Ma'am, you gave these to your lawyer who gave them to the district attorney and the police as part of a proffer process, right?
I was scared.
That's not my
And
question.
so, no.
My question was, you gave these to your lawyers claiming that they were from Miss Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
And you gave them to your lawyers who then mentioned it to Detective Burrows during your proffer on June 8th, 2022.
Yes.
And you did that to help yourself, right?
No.
Then why wouldn't you have given them to the deputies the entire 8 months beforehand?
Because the cops talk too. They would send messages too.
Who?
So I didn't trust anybody.
You didn't trust the police, ma'am?
No, not there.
You didn't trust a police officer who's tasked with keeping you safe at the Weld County Jail to say, hey, my co-defendant is reaching out to me, talking about this case, making threats or telling me what to do or not say.
They were the ones that put us in the same pod together, the Weld County Jail.
Okay.
And so that's when I told my lawyer if I can be moved from the pod.
Right. And you were moved, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you talked to Detective Burrows on June 8th, 2022, he asked you specifically, how did you get these? How did you get what your lawyer's gonna give me eventually, right?
Yeah.
And you told him that the girls were essentially passing notes and somehow they were given to you.
Yeah.
So you never told Detective Burrows, hey, Ms. Rodriguez directly handed me this, right?
No, I never said that.
Because that's an important thing, is at the jail, despite what Mr. Perelia just asked you about or alluded to, you can't just mail someone a letter, right?
Yeah.
So even if we believe that these letters are from Ms. Rodriguez, like you're claiming they are, you never got them directly from her, right?
No.
And again, ma'am, it behooves you in your situation to say, like you did earlier, oh yeah, I know that that's Ms. Rodriguez's handwriting, right?
Yes.
Even though your entire relationship with her, as you told Detective Burrows on June 8th, 2022, you two communicated via Facebook Messenger.
Most of the time, yes.
You guys weren't mailing each other letters, right?
She has wrote me stuff the day she gave me the ring, actually.
Okay. Did you ever provide that to your attorney?
I don't know where, no.
Okay. And just like you also claimed to your attorney on, or let me take that back, on June 8th, 2022, when you and your attorney and Mr. Burrows met at the proffer at the police department, and you mentioned generically having these letters potentially that your attorneys would give.
Yes.
You also told the Mr. Burrows at the time, it was Detective Burrows, that there was other letters that Ms. Rodriguez had sent you to, right?
Yes.
But you just happened to get rid of those and destroy those.
In the beginning, I was destroying the letters that she was giving me.
So you picked and chose what letters to give your attorneys, who would then give that to Mr. Burrows, correct?
No.
But you did, because you destroyed evidence, right?
In the beginning, yes.
You destroyed evidence, correct?
Yes.
So I want to take a break and go back to those initial kind of days at the Weld County Jail, okay? One of your first calls you made from the jail after your arrest was to Javier, who we've heard is the father of your children.
Yes.
And you told him about the detectives coming into the car in the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, like any mother, you quickly changed the subject and asked how the kids were doing, right?
Yes.
And his response was that the kids were not going to be happy to hear where their mom was, right?
Yeah.
And you told Javier not to tell them,
Yes.
not to tell your kids that you were in jail, right?
Yes.
And Javier pushed back at you at your suggestion of not telling the kids the truth about where you were. Do you remember that?
Honestly, not really.
Okay. Do you remember Javier challenging you about, well, what if you never get out? How is that going to work out if I don't tell them where you are?
I remember having conversations with Javi and telling him that I wanted to tell the kids that I was on vacation.
Okay. Do you remember Javier, again, challenging you about this plan of telling the kids that you were on vacation? Because what if you never got out?
I don't remember our first phone calls.
Okay, would it refresh your memory to listen to that on a video? Would it help you with your memory to listen to yourself and Javier having this conversation?
We can play it if you want to.
Okay. Sally, how do you want me to do this? How do you want me to do this?
Do it up here at the stadium.
Okay. Fine, the page, it's a video. I mean, it's an audio. E55. May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Is your memory refreshed now, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So again, Javier is challenging you about what if you never get out?
Yeah.
Correct. And later on during that same conversation with Javi, you asked him again and again not to tell the kids where you were.
Yes.
And he told you, again, the kids were going to be asking about their mom.
Yes.
Javi specifically told you, and I quote, "And what do you want me to do if you fuck yourself?" Do you remember that?
No, can I listen to that?
Yes. Would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
It's the same e-discovery packet, E55, the same exact clip, 10, period 36, period 101, period 26, dash 1580C. Can I approach her?
Yes, you can approach freely for this purpose.
It didn't say that part.
He didn't say, "And what do you want me to do if you fuck yourself?"
No, because in that recording it talked about the bond, and he was just saying I didn't know if he could bond me out. And then he was giving me my mom's number.
Okay, can I have one moment?
Sure.
Can I have one moment? I apologize.
Sure. While we're doing that, can the parties approach just briefly?
we're going to come back to that, okay? Yep. And at that point, you had just gotten arrested and hadn't seen a judge yet. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. And as you mentioned, when I showed you the wrong clip, you asked Hobby if he could bond you out,
Yeah.
and he couldn't,
Yes.
right? And you asked him to call your mom for help bonding you out again.
Yes.
And you expressed to him that you would hope the bond wasn't too high at that point.
Yes.
At that point, you were completely unaware of the reality of the situation you were in terms of not being able to bond out.
Yes.
And Javi kept telling you that you were probably not going to get out.
Yes.
And you recognized that you may not be able to get out that day, but said something along the lines of maybe tomorrow.
Yes.
And Javi again told you probably not tomorrow either.
I don't remember him saying it multiple times.
Okay. And is it fair to say, again, at this point, you had no clue that you were going to be held on what's called a no bond hold?
Yes.
And so as the days and times are progressing, you were trying to come up with a plan as to what to tell your kids.
Yes.
And your kids were asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you knew your kids were going to be continuously asking where you were,
Yes.
right? And they did, right?
Yes.
You have one moment, please.
Sure.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be asking to approach what I've marked as proposed defendant's exhibit S as in Sam.
S, go ahead.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think now is a good time for a break then.
Ms. Dever, you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think this probably makes sense to go ahead and break for the evening. Give me just a second. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we will recess for the evening. I'll ask that you reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please rise for the jury. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Your Honor,
Can
actually,
I have one request?
Sure. Whoever wants to go first.
Well, I was gonna actually suggest something. So you and I have a series of clips of jail phone calls between Miss Varela and her children that I plan on admitting. Mr. Perelia, I've given him the e-packet. I've given him the specific numeric and alphabetical title of the specific jail phone call the clip can be found from. I don't know if it makes the most sense to have Ms. Varela listen to the clips ahead of time rather than stopping during the presentation of evidence. I know Mr. Perelia takes issue with the fact that he didn't get to listen to this ahead of time. I've given him, for the record, again, specific e-packet, the specific title. I can give him a specific timestamp, but I am not required, just like he did not provide me with any sort of clips ahead of time, I'm not required to let him listen to our evidence in advance. I have no objection if you want me to play it ahead of time for Ms. Varela and him at the same time. But I think that was the record that he was going to make, and as long as I'm giving him a specific reference point, then I think that my obligations are complete.
Ms. Devereaux, can you give me a general sense of how long this material is? I was thinking if we can, if the deputies can bring Ms. Varela back at 8:15, I don't know if that is enough time.
Your Honor, there's only 3 different clips. They're on 3 different discs, and I can tell the court that each clip is approximately maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds. They're very short clips.
Okay. And Mr. Perelia, any further record that you need to make as to this issue?
Number one, she can't read my mind. Number two, my issue is the fact that she's providing me a disc without a discovery reference, without a file name at the time she's handing it to me, without the timestamps, and therefore to verify it, A, I need a disk drive, B, I need to verify, then we need to deal with rule of completeness. The general aspect of laying the foundation hasn't been done, so there's a much more efficient way to do this. This trial is already behind schedule. I understand what Kilgore says and what it doesn't. But if you hand a disc that can't be listened to at that point without giving all those other specifics as to where it came from, then yeah, I'm going to probably ask to take a moment to hear it, because if she's being given 15 seconds of a 3-minute phone call and I need to go back to those other aspects, then yeah, we're going to keep having delays. So all I was asking for is specifically the discovery disc, our discovery packet that was provided, the file name, the seconds of each of the clips so that those could be reviewed between now and tomorrow morning.
It sounds like you have those now.
I do not.
Your Honor, I don't understand why we're actively misrepresenting to the court. Like, I did tell him the exact E55 numerous times. I gave
Not
him
the times.
All right, here, listen. We're going to take a break. This seems like a conversation that you guys can handle. And just reference whatever it is. If you need clarity, seems like you can ask Ms. Devereaux and have a professional conversation if you need clarity versus what's been provided. I will, what I'll do, deputies, can you bring Ms. Varela at 8:15? All right. What I'll do, we'll reconvene at 8:15, and then that seems to be a reasonable way to give you an opportunity to have Ms. Varela do that, and then if there's anything we need to address on the record after she's brought to court, then we'll have a chance to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess until 8:30.
Here, just listen to him. All three. Here you go. Well, I'm offering you mine, so here you go. I'm not going to give you my evidence, no. Here, you can listen to it right now. Well, I provided them to you. They're